On mute. On mute. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to Critically Drinking. I know I'm a little early. I am a little early, but I thought we could take a look at something. But I'm trying to get it set up here. Let me present this screen. We are going to get started a little early so I can get into some other mess. Some other mess. Not even the mess I was intending to get into. I'm sorry. I'm not. Let me find it. Okay, boom. This is what starts it all off. Perfect, right? Perfect timing. Perfect timing. So yeah, somebody sent me something. Somebody sent me a little something. So I'm gonna go ahead and dive into that. It's about 45 minutes long of a segment. But we about to make fun of these emotional damage. These emotionally damaged men. I don't even know what the problem is. They're probably very sane, rational, decent human beings. But my God. Oh, they get so emotional. What is up? Touching the wire in the building. Hello, hello. Kwanzaa. Trigger! Absolutely. Man, trigger is exactly what happened. This dude got so triggered. So we going to make fun of him. We're gonna make fun of them because everybody starts off talking about all they're a pillar of their community. Then all of a sudden they go off the rails. It's ridiculous. So we're gonna make fun of these dudes before we get the order of operations. This is on what's on tap for today. First, we're gonna get into this mess. I'm a little early so I can get into this messiness, so I can make fun of these people. So that's probably actually gonna take me probably about an hour. Then I'm going to get into what I was intending to get into, which was Wireless Wednesday, because there was a content creator I've had my difference with in the past, and she made mention of me, so I thought I'd make mention of her back. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying. I thought I'd show y'all what she said, and we can dive into that together. So a little content creation, little CreHaters. Von Eric in the building. Hello, hello. So the first two segments are going to be messy, looking at content creators. It should be fun. It should be at least interesting. The last part, though, y'all may not be with it all. Totally up to you. The last thing I'm going to do today will be Bible study, essentially. I was asked for my thoughts on Pastor Jamal Bryant saying that Jesus was 85% wrong and out of order. So I'm going to be going into that. That's probably going to be from, let me see, 3:30 Eastern, 4 Eastern, probably starting about 4 Eastern. So if you want to come back for the Bible study part and you're hearing me now, come back around 4 Eastern for, I should probably put that in a banner somewhere. Let's see. Shoot. Let me see. So, gaming with some shaming. Let me see. Give me a second. Let's see. That's going to be about 3:30 Eastern Time. Wireless Wednesday. And about 4 p.m. Eastern. About 4 p.m. Eastern. Let me see, 4 p.m. Let's get that down. About 4 p.m. Eastern, we will get into Bible study. Let me see, Jesus was 85% out of order. I'm going to see if the ticker works. Typically, it was causing some freezing. It was causing some freezing when I did the ticker, scrolling across the bottom. So let's try that. Let's see if I. Okay, looks like I'm still going. So that'll be the schedule, so people that come in can see. I'm gonna try to keep to a time schedule, so we'll pregame a little bit. Boom. All right. Just want to again thank everybody who contributed to the channel. We got Nova Rain, Danny Anthony. We got a bunch of folks, man. We got Quantum in the building. Also, thank you for your donation. I wasn't even on my channel, and Quantum showed love and support. New Growth, Harris Tribe, Simma, and Anania. Thank all of y'all for your contributions to the channel. Help keep it going and growing. Definitely help keep me moving and grooving. Yeah, Jamal Bryant be bringing in that money. Yeah, for sure, for sure. So that's the lineup. That's what we gonna be. That's what we got on tap for today. Stay for what you want. This first part though. Oh my God, y'all know I've had my criticisms of Black Man Unfiltered in this channel. Oh my gosh. So talk that talk Tuesday. Talk that talk Tuesday. Somebody has sent me this and asked my thoughts. So we gonna look at this now. At this point, brother, he said is getting ready to have a clip played because I guess Black Man Unfiltered, he appreciated something that brother he said had mentioned, so he's gonna play a clip. Let me bring that quality up. My bad, I don't know what I was doing. Should be fine now. I got expanded memory. So I'm gonna let them play that clip. More to come. Bishop, nah, ain't no bishops here. We're gonna play this clip, but I want y'all to see the fallout. Men are not prepared to lead. I don't care what they say. Modern men are not capable right now. There's some out there. Y'all know them. Y'all probably know a few leaders. Y'all probably know some good men. Y'all probably know some strong men. Y'all probably know some pillars. But boy, the ability to think, and the ability to govern their emotions. Right now, whoo, you about to hear some people pop off like, man, I'm this, I'm that, and then all of that just unravels. Unravels like an old cheap sweater. Oh my God, it's crazy.
I speak with my cadence. I'm unapologetic to men and women.
Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. Okay, go ahead. Let me. It was all fine just a week ago.
Women, because for years I've been seeing the same niggas sitting in the same squares alone. If you so je ne sais quoi, nigga, damn, been 2 years already. Done seen niggas get women, break up. Man, please, show me you know how to do this. Show me again, any boy can please a million women. It take a real man to please one woman a million times. Y'all could call me.
He's not pleased himself.
Y'all can say whatever you want, but that woman loved me and I'm down for her. And that been from 24 years ago. Check my memories. I've been standing on this square for years. 12 years ago, I said women are the new men. This shit ain't new. It ain't talking points when we all saying it. But again, if like Lost in Translation said, if you're not leading by that example, if you're not a Huxtable house, if you say, I'm not your mother, but I do feel confident in speaking for her. Remember when they was doing the locomotion? She said, nah, cut that shit out. I'm not your mother, but I am confident in saying, don't do that shit in my house. But we ain't got that type of je ne sais quoi. Because our houses is dirty. Do the show your room challenge to most of these niggas. They houses is dirty, floor dirty, no pictures on the wall. Like, it's just
Walls
a bunch of
empty.
talking on here. And until
I'm
people
hit dog
really
on that one.
see through the people who just up here running their mouths and the people who are showing you that they're in it and been in it and going through it and got the receipts to show, listen to them instead of listening to all the single
I do have
motherfuckers
one.
that's
I
just
have
asking for
one
super
frame
chats
photo
and,
on the wall,
you know.
like a print. I have one frame print on the wall. I mean, to my. Oh wow, they gonna do this
Cash
to me.
apps.
There we go.
Woo! You know, if y'all want to shout for a minute, you know, because I think that's
I want to skip ahead.
church
So
word.
that was what brother he said. There's a lot of people talking about relationships, and they haven't proven themselves to be able to be capable of being in one. So you know, it's their advice should be taken with a grain of salt. Yeah, absolutely. Excuse me. What you'll never hear me talk about is what it's like to be a parent. Like advising what it's like to be a parent, because I've never been a parent. I've assisted in the raising of my nephew, and you'll never hear me talk about what marriage is like. I've never been married. I'll talk about relationships. I've been in a lot of relationships. Like we're all in a lot of relationships, but marriage is not something I'm particularly equipped to deal with. But he's saying that a lot of people do. A lot of people talk from experiences that they themselves do not have, which is a fair criticism. Not that you may not be knowledgeable, but you don't have the practical understanding of the thing, which that's reasonable. I've had that criticism levied against me before when I talk about relationships, because I believe some relationship dynamics carry on into marriage, but I can't prove that. Because I guess there are expectations that people take into marriage. I do know people do change after marriage because they expect once the ceremony or the ring pops on, things are supposed to change. They expect certain things to happen. I can't speak to that. I haven't undergone that. I know it happens, but I don't know what it feels like. So there's that. We're going to skip ahead a little bit because a lot of the men didn't like hearing that.
I know how to be a father. You don't have a wife. So
Well, black man disagrees.
Some legal aid that barely knows your name. Some legal aid that doesn't. Man, if you got somebody that's a lawyer, not no legal aid, somebody that cares about you, your best interest, somebody that makes the right objections, that asks the pertinent questions, that goes to bat, not some legal aid with 40 cases. Some legal aid that barely knows your name. Some legal aid that doesn't give a damn about you, that just wants you to cop out to the system. And
I thought that was a great analogy for like relationships. The person that's like invested in your case, or the person that's got a lot of cases and they're juggling all these cases, so they're barely getting to know your name and what's going on with you. So that's a very good analogy as far as the way relationships go. I want to get to the resistance because there was some pushback, but I wanted to hit that analogy. Let me see, because there was a.
thank y'all for being who y'all are.
Let me see.
who will come on and use life experiences.
Come on, black man.
Young men, right?
Black man agreed. I really don't want to try to download this whole thing real quick. What up, yo?
Behavioral things that go on with kids. Like you got 6 kids, that's 6 different personalities.
What's going
Number
on?
3 gonna love you. Number 1.
Hold on, I gotta find the spot. What's up, Red Lipstick Vibes? Hello, hello, hello. Boom. How you feeling, yo?
Oh man,
Trying to find the spot.
I'm all good, man.
That's what's up. What's up? See, you got your Ray Charles your hater blockers on.
Good job.
On the podcast, and it has to do with parenting, even though I don't have any kids.
It
has to deal with dealing with relationships for a long period
Oh, come on, man. Don't do this to me today.
of time, even though I've never been married. And it has value to it. You know what I mean? So my thing is this: it's hard to discredit people on the surface, but still you don't know somebody else's story, and we don't know exactly what they've been through, and we don't know experiences that they had, and we don't know what they have to share. And not only that, the combination of having these conversations can drag something out of you that you completely forgot a long time ago. And it turns into this beautiful conversation that we have that has legs and that blossoms into something that somebody else could use, not just today, but this internet is forever.
I'm gonna pause that point right there because that was a good one. Because sometimes people do. I mean, man, a lot of us, man, 30s and 40s, man, you've changed. You've undergone so many changes and phases. You're not the same person you were at 20 and 30. Sometimes you forget some stuff. Some relationships and some of these conversations bring up out of you. So, I mean, a lot of people do have some buried wisdom, things maybe they're even ashamed or don't feel like being vulnerable to say. So there is utility to people who maybe aren't in that exact situation to still speak about their experiences and what they understand. There's still value to it. As long as they're not speaking as an authority, they're just sharing their perspective. That's completely valuable what that guy is saying. I'm going to skip forward to the next guy. OG Patrice is in the building. Yeah, that did get wild, didn't it? For no good reason. For no good reason. So we are definitely going to make fun of old boy because he acted up. He cutting up. Let me see. About what time Reckless De Niro talked. I think he's the one that said something that started
from the chat, man.
Don't do it. Come on, no, I'm just kidding. Okay,
No,
go ahead,
because I got a trigger finger.
I
got a trigger finger, man, for foolishness. After being a moderator for a long time.
Yeah.
I didn't mean that.
Because from what I'm doing and the way that I function, I already know I'm a terrible boyfriend. I'm probably going to not be a good husband, but I'm not aspiring to be a good father. I'm aspiring to build an empire.
This internet gonna be the death of me, y'all. Hold up, let me try something.
That is more important to me than anything. So the things that I'm doing and so like I'm like I probably would never give marriage advice. I always default. I pour in from you guys and get tweaks on how I can make things better a little bit, but it's based on goals. The one thing I will say about a lot of the conversations you have, like with your breakdown and your perspective, is you're talking.
Give me a second.
To men who are coming into this space that are realizing that they've been playing the game wrong, that are realizing that they've been getting simped out, they're entered in everyone's phone as food, that they're borderline invisible or are completely invisible because they're not on their square and they're angry. And men have a right to be angry about a system that takes advantage of them. They get to process that anger however they see fit. And if you are here to help them, then you consistently offer that guidance and that pushback through the process. But you understand that, like, not everybody has success with women. I mean, it just doesn't, it's not a straightforward process for everybody. A lot of dudes are completely invisible to women. They're not even getting an opportunity to fail with women because they don't exist. And they're within, this is a space for men. If we're going to have conversations with men and we're going to help usher men, like, we can't be like, oh, you don't have success with women, we're just going to write you off. That'd be like if I said, hey, you don't work as many hours as I do. People don't answer to you. You don't have a business. I'm just going to write you off. No, I want you to be the best at what your goal is and what you're doing. Like, I don't see how we can, on the one hand, be like, oh, well, we're trying to usher in and make better men. But, like, if you're going to chastise them as they're coming into a space, raw processing, raw feeling, raw emotion, and then you're going, well, we're going to put you back on the street. You're the bad one. What happened? Where's the learning?
That's
Where's
right.
the learning come from then? Like, where's the opportunity for them to process through that and get to the other side? And I'll tell you, when I came into this space, I came in and I'm a product of the white manosphere. I didn't know y'all existed until after I'd already been through the.
Hey, while that, I gotta pause that real quick. Let me just point out. Let me just send a shout out, man. We got a cash app from the great and incomparable Hanifa Naila. Watch raining from the clouds. Appreciate you so much, dear sister. Oh man, I miss you on these streams.
The Prince of Pan-Africanism is back, showing love to all my donors and supporters. We've been at it for 2 hours and we still got donations to go through.
I'll take that.
See, I get love. Y'all focus on the hate, I focus on the love.
Is that a lot? That's a lot.
I got another donation. Donations.
Wow, that's a lot.
Gifts. More gifts.
Wow, thanks.
Thank you again to the wonderful Hanifa Naila for the cash app. Yeah, appreciate you so much for the love. It means a lot. I do want to say, Ray. Oh, we got Von Bryant in the building. One half of the wonderful Bryant brothers. Man, night and day. The Bryant brothers. Night and day. Greg and Brian. The what? I don't know exactly when you said. I don't know exactly when I said. But Gia. I know, right? So listen. Ray was talking truth. It is hard to ask men to come into this space and learn and grow so that they are capable to handle relationships. Excuse me, but then also to shame them and say, well, you don't have anything to contribute to the conversation because you don't have successful ones, when we know it's not completely within their control. I do agree with that point. To a point. I agree with that point to a point. What you think, Yellow? Why you Ray That's your Ray Charles sunglasses though. You killing me.
No, I get what he's trying to say. I just don't care about the opinion of somebody who here to complain about women because they don't have no luck with them. Now, if you mad at women because they ain't choosing you, that's something different. You know what I'm saying? Having difficulties with women and having bad luck with women and shit is two different things. You know what I'm saying? Don't get mad because you ain't getting picked for the team. Now, if you out there struggling on the court, that's something different. But if you just mad because you ain't getting picked, that's it's certain things that ain't now not a thing on this damn YouTube gonna be able to teach you, bruh. You just ain't got it. You ain't none of these ain't none of these panels gonna teach you how to have it, dog. I ain't seen that one. I've seen panels teach you how to. Oh, this panel will teach you how to get your girl to submit, how to run a traditional household. Ain't none of them teach you how to have it, because it is what keeps the woman around a lot of times. That's what gets you in the game. If you just ain't got it, you ain't got it, and that's where I know. That's where I can say a lot of them shouldn't have no opinion. Because if all you hear is to be mad at women and repeat talking points and buzzwords, and you as useless as the women y'all complaining about.
I can see that. I can see what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying. But I think there's a place for I think there's room. There should be room for catharsis. There should be room for release. There should be room
Over
for that.
there, over there. Oh,
But this
away
is over
from
there. This is
no,
literally
no.
over there.
This is part over there, but this need to be over there, over there. Like with it, like you were showing the drum line scene. We're the tubas. Okay, y'all over there, bitch. We the drums.
Mm,
Y'all all the way over there though. Keep that
see.
saxophone shit all the way over there. You plenty of room for you to play your fucking saxophone over there somewhere.
Oh shoot. There is room for everybody here. I think one of the issues a lot of us have is when we find something that we don't like, we feel obligated to stay in that space and tell the people that we don't like it. I think that's part of our problem. They're over there. They're way over there in a place that you don't have to be. But we can't. We gotta go over there because we can hear a little faint echo of the tuba. Ugh, I don't like that noise. Let me go. I'm gonna march all the way across this field to that tuba section. You know, can y'all keep it down because the saxophone sound good over here. So I think that's part of our problem. You know, that's part of us. That's a us. That's a us issue because the internet is the internet. It's wide and vast. You don't have to be anywhere you don't want to be. You don't have to hear anybody's voice you don't want to hear. So nobody has to hear Red Pill Dudes. Nobody has to hear Cynthia G. Nobody has to hear anybody they don't want to hear. Like this is all voluntary. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, but I think they are over there. But people keep coming over there. Whoever that you are, people come over to your space to tell you because we were over there with Conscious. And remember the straight dudes came over to Conscious channel? Like, I'm going to come over here and tell you how wrong y'all are. Like, there's some kind of appeal for people to come to the space where they don't agree to tell them how wrong they are. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know what that
People like
is.
yeah, there's this thing about openly disagreeing. Now I guess the thing is just to come be disagreeable in the chat.
Yeah.
Now that's not even the energy that's brought to places that they don't agree with. Though. That's places that they like to be too. But
Yeah, I'm cool. Like, yeah.
I hear what you're
And I'm
saying though,
cool
because it's the
if you
reason.
like a space
It's
and disagree.
mhm. Right. That's what I'm saying. So it's a certain nature in that, but I understand the dynamic that you bring in with people
Yeah.
just going to spaces where they know they not going to
Yeah.
agree and then
Yeah.
openly disagree. Yeah,
I hate peanut
that's
butter. I'm gonna go to the peanut
yeah,
butter aisle and start smacking stuff off the
yeah.
shelf. Like that's weird.
Fuck, fuck you, Peter Pan. Psh,
Yeah, can't stand
hell
Jif.
with you,
Like
hell
no,
with you,
if you
Jiff.
just but if you just disagree, I agree with going in spaces where you feel comfortable or where you like the topics or you may even just like the energy. There's a certain energy level, high,
Yeah, I
low,
got
whatever. You like energy, but you have disagreements with the host. Or you have disagreements with the topic. Cool, you can express that. But I'm saying people go with the like you said they go with the expressed nature. of going to disrupt. I'm going to refute every single point. I don't have to. I could just sit there and listen. But I'm going to make sure I keep telling you 10 times back to back, all caps. I disagree with what you're saying. I disagree with what you're saying. Okay, we get it. So now you're trying to say something else by your persistence. You're trying to shut somebody down, or you're trying to make another point. And there's an issue I think we have, whether it's red pill, whether it's women, we try to go into people's spaces and kind of shut them down with our dissent. Not for conversation, not for understanding, just to, I'm going to keep letting you know you're wrong enough so that you back down to some degree. I disagree with both of y'all for laying off Dr. D and Dr. Phil on your booty. Yeah, we got to get another session soon. Got to book another session. Got to book a session. Let me bring the fellas back in, because Ray was cooking. And after Ray, I can't wait. I hope it's Information Man next.
The process and started getting results. The lack of results is indicative to this space.
Now Ray said he came over from the white manosphere. He said we ain't got them problems over in the white manosphere. They got results. Y'all's is you people.
They're like, we're not focused on ushering people through, because like we get caught up in the
And
semantics.
shoot, Leah. Hello, Leah. You came through. My bad. And Quantum, I know you said you were stepping away. Sometimes you should expose yourself to different views and just challenge yourself to listen without feeling away about other people's opinions. Facts. Growth.
Of, oh, this is a good man, this is a bad man, we're doing this, we're not coaching, we're not mentoring. There's no help through that process. Now, if I can go over there not looking like those dudes and I can get help through the process, that's very indicative of the lack of leadership and the lack of ability to help people within these spaces.
Wow.
We want to segregate our.
Now again, what he's talking about, he's separating the white manosphere spaces from the black manosphere spaces. He says, I can go over there as a black man into the white manosphere spaces and get leadership and help and training, coaching, all kinds of stuff. I come to the black spaces, and by contrast, I can see that over here, there's no leadership, there's no structure, there's no help, there's no coaching, there's no growth, and it's not because of the person being deficient. We knew they came into the space deficient. That's the point. That's why they showed up in the space. You don't go to the hospital well. They came looking for help. The issue is that the space had no help to offer. So that's a failure on us in the black manosphere space. I wonder what is the difference. Very interesting thought.
Ourselves to not get results. But those dudes are over there.
I was gonna say, it's a thing. It's a difference between exposing yourself to different views and putting yourself in a place where you know you're not gonna really agree with what they're talking about. And honestly, if you're not willing to hear the views of the others, ain't no point of exposing yourself to different views. Like you don't get brownie points for enduring a bunch of shit that you don't want to hear. You know what I'm saying? So no, and everybody don't belong everywhere. It sounds good, but because I know y'all like, dude, Ray talk. First of all, his sideburns is making me uncomfortable. I'm just gonna be straight up with you. So I can't even hear you talking about, really. Because you talking about why niggas struggling with women. First of all, you cut them motherfuckers off, you might have a better chance.
See, it be people like this. It be your own people.
It do be people like me. It do be people like me. For real. Because these is niggas that ain't even tried. That's what it sound like. If y'all these niggas too old for this, bro. Y'all too old to have to run to the. You either in it or not. The game that passed you by, bro. What are you trying to learn at this point?
Man, listen. It's never too late to learn.
Man, look.
Oh, what is the difference between black and white manosphere? Woo, Leah. Man. I mean, that's a hard question to answer. It's the white manosphere and the black manosphere also are not monoliths. They break down into subgroups and subcultures. Within the manosphere period, there are different ideologies like MGTOW, red pill, this pill, that pill. There's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them. All of them have different derivations. Is that the right word? Different offshoots, kind of like a denominations in church. There are different branches off from the main idea that men need a space where they can learn and grow, and they branch out from there. MGTOW is men going their own way. Like, man, forget women. I'm done. I tap out. Red Pill is trying to say, I understand the true nature of women and that we'll never have real peace. So we need to become the best version of ourselves because women are trying to choose the best option. So if I become the best option, I have my option and choice of women, and I can do as I please. So all of them have different ideologies. Now, between black and white, what this guy is saying from his experience is that within the white space, there's more structure, there's more instruction, there's more coaching, there's more growth. In the black space, which unfortunately probably goes across a lot of different realms, within the black space, there's a lot less structure, there's a lot less instruction, and there's a lot more entertainment. There's a lot more probably venting. So within the black spaces, and this doesn't just apply to the manosphere, if you take anything white and the black version of it, you can kind of see the same dichotomy. There'll be some structure over here. We're not saying it's going to be beneficial, but there's a lot more structure, there's a lot more organization. Then in the black space that's similar, there'll be less instruction and more emphasis on entertainment. That's like the church. Like, there's a lot of domains we do the exact same thing in. Less structure, less understanding, less official nature of things, less capacity. We go through that. We go through that process in a lot of domains. The manosphere is no different. But the manosphere does try, once people do have enough resources, people like they're trying to have a manosphere conclave, Obsidian, and a bunch of people, the lead attorney. That's what I'm trying to think. The lead attorney. I agree with Yella. So I won't ever go to hear views in support of racism. I mean, that's true. If you're going to keep the sideburns, then try growing a damn matching beard. Man. Money is one big difference. Capital changes a lot. Money changes a lot. Money also helps you organize. Money also leaves more room for error. So the lack of capital affects a lot. Then there's not just the money, because there's money here. There's money here, but where we spend our money is different. I would say, if we were just giving general tendencies of human nature, if 10 white men were going into a room to do something together, most of them would be willing to contribute because they have a common goal. It does not happen the same way in black spaces. We just don't have the same desire to pool resources or the same trust levels. So there's risk tolerance. If you have less, you're willing to risk less. So it's weird. There's a lot of dynamics at play. I'm not trying to downplay any of them. What's up, Bree? Hello. An unorganized religion. Great points, Rico. They have tried to rally before, and it was an epic failure. The next go round will be the same. It might be, Rico. I mean, I'd like to see a group of black men pull something off that worked. I'd like to see it. Because like you said, we've seen so many fail. A lot of them. So I'm with you. I'd like to see it. I'd like to see it succeed. Because they did have stuff about health. They had stuff about safety, like security, dealing with law enforcement. They had a wide array of topics, family planning, a wide array of topics at this conclave. So they're not just talking about like what's wrong with women, modern women. They're not doing that, which I'm thankful for. So if it's about benefiting and growing, they're trying to do what the rest of the manosphere is trying to do to instruct and grow and learn. I'm cool with that. At least attempt it. Attempt beats never trying. So I'm with that. But before I hit play, Yellow, you got anything you want to jump in on?
Nope.
Cool. Let's go back to Ray.
They're just helping men, period, because they look at it as men. They didn't put a color on it. They were like, cool,
drill.
You messing up here, and here. We got you. Let's get you set straight. Maybe you should try doing this. Results. I mean, at a certain point, we have to look at results. And the reality of it is, all the men in this space, regardless of how they've been hurt, some of these guys have absolutely terrible stories. Do you imagine raising somebody's kid for 10 years and then find out and thinking it's your kid and then find out it's not your kid because they cheat on you? You think you're going to be in this space and have a good view of women when you're processing that level of pain? What if your chick had a kid by somebody else and you raised that kid and then found out it wasn't yours? That would destroy.
Now, real quick, because a lot of you are just coming in, I do want to also couch this in the fact that this is apologetics, because the issue that brother he said started this clip off with was a lot of men are in this space talking about relationships and marriage that don't have them. Like, show your work. That's a fair criticism. A lot of men who talk about marriage and relationships are not married. Fair criticism. If you're going to put yourself off as an authority on something, show your demonstration that you know how to do that, that you've shown that you can do it long term. Same thing as a business. He made that same parallel. So I'm with that. And the men started to push back on that, saying, well, what if we just can't even find women? We're out here trying, and we're trying to grow. So that's where all this is coming from. Even though he's making good points, I'm couching it in the fact that he's pushing back on that single men should be able to give marriage and relationship advice. That's what they're pushing back on. Even though his points are valid in a vacuum, in the context of the situation, it's not really a good argument.
For you, because you're a stand-up dude, like that matters. Like, you care about your family. Family is important to you. To be betrayed on that level, then you're out in this space and you want to have people coming at you because you have an opinion or you're having raw emotion. Like, we've got to figure out a way for these men to process that emotion and get the mentorship that they need. That's the reason none of the content on my page is race specific.
Yeah, so he says he doesn't do it based on race. And that's why I said there's got to be a space for catharsis. There's got to be a way for men who have been hurt or just fearful to even get into dating. There's got to be a way for them to process the emotion and then get the guidance to move forward. There's got to be a way. If we don't do it, then we're doing nothing. We're doing nothing if we can't move past just the catharsis or the fear projection or the shaming and then blaming and explaining. We got to get past that.
It's out there. I'm putting the information out there. And if you need someone to come to you and say, hey, black woman, this is for you. Hey, black man, this is for you. Then, like, I'm not the person for you. Like, we can have the conversation. But, like, if you're not looking to get this information, I want better people.
That's good. We need to move forward anyway.
Like, we have to start navigating.
We got his point. I'm going to get to.
Okay.
Here we go. Here we go, y'all.
I have a different point.
I wish I had the Busta Rhymes clip. Here we go, yo. Here we go, yo. So what's the scenario? Cause yo, man, whoo, it's about to get hot. Isn't being single speaking on marriage like having a theory without experimentation? I would say yes. I would say absolutely. I would say also, though, baked into the assumption that somebody's single is that they've always been single. So there's that. We assume because we see somebody, we meet somebody single, we've seen them single over the course of the pandemic for the last 2-3 years single. We don't know that they've always been single. But a lot of people, unfortunately, are in their 20s, never been married, speaking on marriage. In their 30s, never been married, speaking on marriage. That's why I'll talk about relationships. I've never been married. I'll talk about my nephew, but I've never been a parent. So I'm very careful in what I try to put myself off as understanding. Yes, assuming never married before. Yeah, and that happens. We make a lot of assumptions, and we don't know these people. We're all online. We don't, like, as much as y'all see me, Yella, and Bree around, we don't know each other. We don't know each other. I know Yella's internet side. I don't know what he's like in real life. No idea. Every time he logs off, he could go around smacking kids, like smacking ice cream out of the hands of kids. That could be, Yella could be the neighborhood ice cream smacker. And I wouldn't know. There could be posters around Chicago of Yella looking just like that. Like, if you see this man, hide your ice cream. He's the ice cream smacker. I wouldn't know. I really wouldn't know. But we got to quit assuming that we know people. What's up, Kansas in the building? Kansas in the building.
Point of view, I just think you don't build manhood through YouTube and social media. Manhood is built on the ground through men coming together collectively, organizing collectively. And the fact of the matter is, well, this is what I've seen since I've come into these streets. I believe black men are those some of these spaces. They just talk and they don't do anything to help one another collectively, but they just talk about it. I think that there are black men that that are doing things collectively and have been doing it for hundreds of years. My organization's 117 years old. We've been doing it since, for most of you are even existing here.
Mrs. She said,
I have been involved in mentorship.
Now listen, y'all. I got a problem with whenever I hear somebody come in with their bio. Whenever I hear somebody come in with their bio, it always makes my spidey senses tingle. Fasten your seatbelts. Billy's in the building. I've been looking for one of those all day, Yella. Yeah. Now listen. Y'all hear him giving his bio. This is the man of the people. His organization's been around since anybody and our mamas have been alive. 107-some years.
Yep. Sending thousands upon thousands of kids over the years. And I'm 53 years old. I've been doing this since I was 19.
Oh.
I've sent thousands of young men on the...
We got to do better than this. Hold up. Let's go back. We can do better than this, Yella. We can do... Why didn't you tell me, man? We got to do... Hold up, y'all. Hold up. We can do better than this. Give me a second, y'all. My fault.
Things collectively and have been doing it for hundreds of years. My organization's 117 years old. We've been doing it since, for most of you are even existing here.
Hey, man.
I have been involved in mentorship, sending thousands upon thousands of kids over the years. And I'm 53 years old. I've been doing this since I was 19.
Speak that.
I've sent thousands of
That's the devil. Don't let the devil stop.
Young men on to college, skilled trades.
Hey.
We have academies in each one of our cities. Woo! I have a brother who's dear to me by the name of George Makem. He has Urban Nerds Worldwide, which is going to expand across the country. Woo! It is about building men on the ground. You're not going to get built on YouTube.
Yes.
That's a fool's dream.
Yes.
Most of these guys on YouTube are selling you something so that they can make money and you can buy their tapes and all this other bullshit.
Glory.
Men are built in the outside.
Glory.
I didn't come to YouTube to be a man. I was already a man before I got to YouTube.
Already a man. Yes. Say it again. Say it again, Pastor.
Come to YouTube to be a man. I was already a man before I got to YouTube. Woo! And YouTube is not going to make me or enhance me. What enhances me is what I do on the outside.
Oh, pause it right there, preacher. Pause it right there, preacher. Because I got to ask a question. Now I got to ask a question to the congregation. Because we talk ourselves in these circles. I don't come to the YouTube to get enhanced. I go to real life to get enhanced. People don't get enhanced on the internet. So why are you on the internet? Why are you here? You just said there's a lot of people trying to sell you stuff and that you can't get enhanced on YouTube. But here you are on YouTube, on panels, and you run your channel. So what are you here for? Are you here to sell people stuff? Because obviously you're not here to enhance anybody. Because nobody comes, you said you can't get enhanced on YouTube. So now I'm just curious about, sometimes we talk ourselves in circles. Maybe he didn't mean, maybe he was just feeling the moment. I don't know. But yeah, one thing about him, he's going to give his resume every single time. Information man for the win. Tell the truth. Okay, OG. He just said he doesn't learn by talking with people on the YouTube. But that means then nobody else is the supposition then. If you can't get enhanced on YouTube. Because he said, let's go back.
To be a man, I was already a man before I got to YouTube. Cool. And YouTube is not going to make me or enhance me. What enhances me is what I do on the outside.
YouTube is not going to make or enhance him, add to. YouTube won't enhance to him. Now, we could take that specifically to him only. I don't think that's the way his brain was working. YouTube, I think in a lot of people's minds, is not an additive. It's a source of entertainment. That's a lot of our default programming. YouTube is a place for entertainment. It's not here for edification. But as much as he's doing on the outside, he has the information man show. He is trying to enhance people, which is weird. Why would you be in a space trying to enhance other people's lives if you don't believe you can get enhanced from the exact same thing? It's just a strange thing to say. I catch people's quirks in their speech. That's all. That's all. You ain't got to take too much into it because I know deep down he believes that this enhances his life, or he wouldn't spend his time doing it. You wouldn't spend your time doing something that you don't think enhances your life. It doesn't make a lot of sense. You have to feel or think that it enhances you in some way to spend your life doing it. It has to feel good, make sense, add to your life in some way. Has to. Even if it's just money.
So when I talk to guys on these YouTube streets
Right,
over the
Rico?
years, and I say,
Right.
"Hey, what are you doing on the outside?" Or
If you're so big on the outside, why are you on YouTube asking guys what they're doing on the outside? I'm just curious. It's just a curiosity to me. It just fascinates me. It just fascinates me. You're doing all this stuff on the outside, but you're then going to the internet to find people to ask them what they're doing on the outside. Why are you going inside to ask people, find out what's going on out there? That's weird. But again, you know, what's up, Mr. He said in the building. Just caught me off guard. That's all. That's all. That's all. It's a merry-go-round. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. But again, I believe I know Mr. Information Man's intentions. I believe I know his intentions, but I'm just catching people's speech patterns, reckless logic in the building. There be a lot of idiots out here. And a lot of people just don't listen to themselves talk. A lot of people talk out of their emotions and not out of their thoughts. I get that.
are you supporting a black man's organization? I can name them for you. Are you a member, or are you supporting a black male organization, or maybe you can contribute to one from the outside if you don't have the time, but you can contribute in some way, right? You can donate, whatever it may be.
You can do that. You can do that.
When I say that, it gets as quiet as you can hear a rat pissing on cotton, because most of these guys are not really about the real action. So even though there are people on YouTube that are giving advice to people, and it's probably helping a lot of guys, I'm not going to deny that.
Okay,
But I
here we
just
go.
don't
See,
think
see?
we're going to rebuild as men through social media. Can give you information, but it's what you do with the information. And if guys are not doing anything with the information that's being provided to them, then it doesn't work. I'm more
Now that is true. I learned something from my mother a long time ago. Everybody says knowledge is power, but she always like applied knowledge is power. I mean, just knowing something doesn't actually do anything. What you think, Yellow? Let me go ahead and pause.
I hear what he's saying in a certain type of way, and that's what I was talking about. It's a certain level of man that you're not finna learn to be from YouTube. Now there
Field
there
knowledge.
might be certain yeah yeah. Now, there might be certain things you can learn that maybe you can halfway apply, whatever. Like it's little details, little fine tuning stuff you could probably use, but the major skills you're not gonna really pick up off a chat. You're not gonna really pick up off a panel. Like I would think the best case scenario is all of this is like either like a finishing class or brushing up on some skill. Because if you come in raw, bare bones, trying to fucking build yourself as a man from the ground up through YouTube, yeah, that ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, it definitely shouldn't be the place to
That
build
ain't gonna.
somebody from scratch. There's too much information out there for anybody to sort through to even know where to start if they don't already have something set up, like you said, finishing or a starting point. Like sometimes you can discover something about yourself in these conversations. You can discover what triggers you, like we're about to see. You can discover what triggers you because sometimes you don't even know what sets you off until you get set off. You talk about that with boundaries all the time. You don't know it's a boundary until somebody crosses it. And then there's also sometimes, like you said, getting the final bit of information, like that aha moment. Somebody says something to make some other concepts click in your mind. Like, I always felt like this, but I didn't know that until I heard this and it made sense. So I do agree, you do have to have some basis for your understanding outside of YouTube. So I'm completely with you on that. I'm going to let him keep going because he's going to keep going.
hands-on. We have when I look at what's happening at Morehouse and the way they have a
Preach, information man. Y'all gonna make okay. I got the clip down.
they have a rites of passage program when young men attend school there, or when you have community. It ain't even about college, but you have communities where you have young men, and you're gathering with those young men, and you're putting them through a rites of passage program, which I have done. Or when you have organizations like 100 Black Men, or you have community-based programs, the people that are community activists, and they're taking upon the time to mentor, show young men by example what we can do. One of the things that does disturb me, and you saw that when Obama was in office and they had a Brothers Keepers program, I do not like when Black men are trying to build something for young Black men, and then we have some of our women that will come in and say, well, what about the girl?
Now, real quick. Now we're off point for sure. Now we were talking about men speaking about relationships that they don't have. Then we talked about his credentials. Now we're talking about women coming into men's spaces and saying what they don't like.
Girls. To kind of circumventilate what we are doing for boys, because we know that our boys, our young men, should I say, are at a high danger. This society wants to get rid of us so that our family structures remain dysfunctional. So I think there's great value in the conversation that we're having here. Needs to be heard by more people, because there's people that are being inspired by this conversation tonight.
That's fair.
But I think the dysfunctions that we speak of have to be eliminated at the ground level. Now, how that looks has to be specific to where you are, what your experiences are, what you know that works, and your first responsibility.
All right, I'm gonna pause this real quick. I'm gonna try to see if I can find the same spot
Across the country, it is about building men. They have a rites of passage program when young men attend school. Rid of us so that our we speak of have to be eliminated at the ground level. Now, how that looks has to be specific to where you are, what your experiences are, what you know that works, and your first responsibility for those of you who are fathers. I'm a father.
Now, come on, man. This is on my hard
Our
drive.
first responsibility is to our
oh wow, we're gonna do this.
Kids.
It might be let me
to shape them or guide them in a way that they won't hopefully engage in some of the effery that we see either Keke Palmer. I have a daughter,
banner.
So I have to be the best example for my daughter.
Keke.
And I do not want her to be a Keke Palmer type. So it's
now again, we talking about men who are not in relationships or not in marriages, talking about marriage. Like, that's what the conversation is about. Now we're talking about Keke Palmer. And he doesn't want his daughter to be Keke Palmer. Like, we have to be able to hold a conversation, y'all, and stay on topic. Like, this is why when Ray De Niro talked about the Black manosphere not having structure and organization, we can't even stay on topic. Like, it's bad. It's bad.
Now my responsibility to instill values that would steal her away from that aspect. And so I will land there. I just think we need more action collectively. And I don't think a lot of guys on the YouTube streets that I've been around are actually the best example. Not you, anybody up here, but some guys that I've seen are not the best example, I believe, of what Black men are really about.
All right. So then he circles back to, I don't think YouTube is the best example of what Black men are really about, which is what he could have started with, because that's what Mr. He said started with. The people on the internet are not in relationships, but talking about relationships. He could have just said, I agree with you, but he said, no, I disagree. and then went through this long soliloquy to get to, that's probably not the best example. Yeah, how we get here? How we get here? Really, they do the Kiki? I fucking wish my daughter was Kiki. Get the fuck out of here. I love to be like Kiki Palmer, successful and beautiful. Oh Lord, what does Kiki Palmer have to do with it? Wait. Me too. Oh, hold up. See, this is what I'm talking about. I love to be like Kiki Palmer. Leah, me too. You want to be successful and beautiful like Kiki Palmer? Rico, I live your best life, man. I support you. Meanwhile, in the chat was going on. But that's who he be around. Bree, don't ask too many questions. Don't ask too many questions. Give me a second. My internet froze up.
Generated by the same people who these people look up to.
Brother, can you let me speak, man? I'll let you speak.
Oh, man, how do we skip ahead?
Year in and year out, and you've got black men saying, I'm not getting any more value.
How did I skip ahead?
So,
my bad, Joe. My bad.
I think there's great value in the conversation that we're having. Those of you who are fathers, I'm a father, and some of the effery that we see, either Kiki Palmer. I have a guys on the YouTube streets that I've been around are actually the best example.
Black folks is
okay. Cool. Well, let me see where I'm at. 23 minutes. All right, cool. In my clip, Rashawn, read Bree's comment exactly how she would say it. I'm trying to think, but that's who he be around. That's who he been around. I don't even know. I can't do it. I can't do that one. I don't know all of her inflections, but
that there's more than one way to skin a cat.
More than one way to skin a cat.
I think it's a mistake to down whatever anybody else might do. Because some people might look at YouTube and social media
my bad.
as the place where they can contribute. And I don't think we should cut that down at the legs at all.
Now, you hear this guy talking. He's saying, people operate in different ways. All the ways probably are important or matter. We all don't approach a thing the same way. Perfectly reasonable take. Perfectly reasonable. What just happened? See, I'm glad I looked at the time. 23. Jesus Christ. What's going on with this thing? Glad I looked.
Black folks is that there's more than one way to skin a cat. And I think it's a mistake to down whatever anybody else might do. Because some people might look at YouTube and social media as the place where they can contribute. And I don't think we should cut that down at the legs at all. So there's different ways. I mean, because there's some people who are on the streets all the time, and there's a lot of people who don't like those folks. So I'm not just saying this to refute you information, man. I just think we need to be kind of careful. I'm like new to the YouTube space.
Okay, let me tell you, let me say this to you. Since you're new to the YouTube,
cut them off.
Space, some of these individuals that people have looked up to on these YouTube spaces, I've been around these people. I knew Kevin Samuels because before you guys knew Kevin Samuels, the high value man, when he wasn't talking high value stuff. Okay, I've been around some of these guys on their panels. I'm one of the original members of Sunday Rumble. I mean, I know about that. And the conversations are redundant. The guys are saying the same thing. Okay.
Now, yeah, conversations are redundant. The guys are saying the same thing, but like Bree said, but that's who he been around. That's the conversations you've been in.
What's up there?
I don't disagree with what you're saying.
I'm saying the conversations have been continuing. What I've been noticing in a nutshell is that the conversations have been the same conversations year in and year out. And you've got black men saying, I'm not getting any more value.
Can you let me finish, please?
Well, I'm trying to give you some perspective.
Can you let me finish, please?
Because you said you're new. I'm not new.
Wait a minute, man. I'm new to the space for 6 months, but I'm not an idiot, man. I know.
I'm not saying. You said you're an idiot. I didn't say you're an idiot. I'm trying to give you some perspective.
Information.
I've seen
There's
some
always
things.
new people, though. There's
I know,
always
but
nobody's seen anything but him. He's seen some things.
If you're new to, but the conversation is being generated by the same people
I do
who these
know.
people look up to.
No, brother, can you let me speak, man? I'll let you speak. You said
you let
your
me
piece.
speak?
Let me finish. Because I don't disagree with you. I know that there's people who are just trifling on this thing. It'll take months to figure that out. And I know there's a lot of talking points. And one of the things I think that this space does for black men, the good panels, like this one, it gives them a perspective better than like a Fight Club. You got to be able to discern the difference between those things. And yeah, there's people repeating the same thing over and over. I try to be solution oriented when we talk about marriage, or we talk about dating, or we talk about courting a woman and vetting a woman for marriage. There's steps and stuff you need to protect. A lot of guys are still caught in their red pill rage. And you try to help them.
Y'all don't know.
I don't even use those type of inadequate, antiquated state labels. That's part of the problem.
I don't even use me. I don't use those type of terms. So let's see what happens with that. He doesn't use those type of terms, but guess what happens?
That's not part of the problem. You know,
yes, because guys are using labels from a movie that was actually written by a black woman. That's the funny thing about it.
But we still use it. Everybody. I mean, I don't
use that shit because it's stupid. I'm not red pill, blue pill. I'm a black man.
Not red pill, blue pill.
I stand on real, not on characters.
The people understand what you're saying because it's just part of the vernacular. You don't have to like the vernacular, but everybody.
It's goofy vernacular. That's part of the problem, brother. That's what I'm trying to say. It's vernacular that's been used because people watch the movie.
Here's the thing. What I think both of y'all are saying, Mr. Payne and Information Man. Mr. Payne is saying exactly what you said. All he's saying is that we can't discount the fact.
Now listen, this guy got so little respect that he could not finish his thought. A woman had to come to the rescue. Now his issue was that women come into this space and tell men what they don't like. He couldn't compose himself until a woman spoke. So obviously you need the women to step into leadership for you to fall into a reasonable state, which is weird to me. You can't tell me you know how men are supposed to operate unless you can't compose yourself until your third grade teacher comes and starts to talk. If you need the black woman to come and talk to you for you can calm down, if that's your baseline, I'd hate to imagine what's going on in real life. If that's the way you conduct yourself in a civil conversation on the internet where a guy is saying, please let me talk. I can't possibly believe everything that you're saying is what you do. I can't.
That you're saying you can't build a man from YouTube.
You can't. No.
And I get what you're saying. Here's the thing. Mr. Payne is saying the same thing you're saying. He's saying, but there are some people, if they're not social enough to be out in the street, this may be the only place they get that from. Right. So all he was saying was everything that you're saying is true, Mr. Information Man. He's just saying let's not discount the fact that there is good content like these channels right here that's putting out good information.
Right. Now I'm not discounting this. No, not at all. Not this.
That's the point. I mean, you said a whole bunch of stuff I could have interjected with too, but I didn't. I'll let you finish speaking. I mean, so I'm not trying to trigger anybody here. I'm just saying that some people get the use out of YouTube. I mean, I donate to my church. I do a few things. I buy all the equipment and all that kind of stuff. I talk to people. I'm in the frat. I do a lot of these things. But am I a community activist? I won't even try to be. I'm a little older than everybody. One of the things I try to talk to some of these guys here is to let them know that, when they get caught up in that there's no solutions to anything, I don't believe that. Some guys have a wrong idea of what women are. So they're just mad at women for being mad at them. Mm-hmm. I said, but you know what? Like somehow in 2023, women are like made new. Women have a nature that's been there for thousands of years, just like men. So you have to understand the base nature of them, and then you can navigate better. So if you want a wife, maybe you got to do a little bit more picking through the chaff to find the wheat. But there's good women out there. You just got to look for them. Just like for women, there's good men out there. That's why I have an issue with Ebony K. Because she's too lazy to really be looking. So my thing is, I like this YouTube space because there's ratchet panels and there's good panels. There's people on this space who have married panels to help people navigate through marriage.
And then there's people that promote bad stuff like Yellow. Excuse me.
There's people doing other things that have nothing to do with relationships, And me, I try to say, if there's a solution to how to vet a woman, hey, here's a video on that, or here's a video on politics. I like politics stuff, right? So I don't just talk about why I like the fact that affirmative action is gone. I think we need to get rid of it, and here's the reasons why I think so.
Okay.
And
Hey,
so there's a lot of different things. This
You see, information man want to talk.
And the first thing is good for it gives men a forum to talk to each other.
A little bit? I wish I could
We don't have to gather in some physical location. We could do it right here virtually and talk to each other across a cross section of men.
Right.
I think that's beneficial.
Right.
I think
Right.
that's beneficial.
Hey, well, let me ask Reckless something. Are you Reckless? You wrote a statement in the chat room. You can actually ask me, brother. You don't have to write statements in the chat room. You said you said that I'm blaming the red pill. You said specifically the red pill on white supremacy. I didn't make any reference to red pill on white supremacy. Where did you get that from?
Information.
I mean, are you talking about me?
And not you need to read to comprehend.
Are you talking to me? No. First of all, I didn't need a smart statement from you. I just asked you a question. You wrote in there. You said this dude. First of all, my name is not Dude. This dude blames everything on white supremacy. It's not the 1950s anymore. I didn't say anything about red pill being a white supremacist concept. I said that it came from a movie that a black woman actually wrote, that most people got their talking points from using that term in the first place, because prior to that movie, nobody was using the red pill or blue pill terminology. I've been around long enough to know that. So I said that that's goofy. I didn't say anything about white supremacy in terms of red pill. So why did you say that?
I'm going to read to you exactly what I wrote. How is red pill an antiquated term?
The reason why I said it's antiquated because we need to stop talking and we need to stop using terms that are goofy terms when just identify yourself. I'm a man. So I don't need to identify myself as a red pill or blue pill. That's the kind of goofy stuff that goes on.
Now, real quick, I just want to point out he's using a lot of shaming language. A lot of shame. It's goofy. It's stupid. That's weird. That's weird. It's not necessary. It's not. Yeah, it's about to get going. He about ready to fight every time. Oh shit, let's get to wrestling. The Matrix isn't necessarily niche, but it's crazy to me that at this point in conversation, like as adults, we're used to conversations. People pick up vernacular at different times of their life. People pick up vernacular. I guarantee if I watch the Information Man's channel, he says something that was not in the common tongue within 10 years of when he said it. I guarantee he said something like, it was lit. That's not something people always said to express it was an exciting thing. It's just language is not static. Language is dynamic. It changes. I promise you. He wouldn't have used to call himself the Information Man show. It would have been like the news program. So, I mean, it's just so goofy to try to police everybody else's language for terms that you say I don't use. I don't say that word. Well, let other people use whatever words they're using if you can understand the concepts. If you are saying that you can't understand the concepts unless you need to use a specific word, offer the word. He's steady saying what language they cannot use. Don't say this word. Don't say it's stupid. It's dumb. It's whatever. Offer an alternative. One of the reasons when Ray De Niro, Reckless Ray, he said there's no structure in this space. What structure would have looked like was, can we stop saying red pill and let's go with a different identifier, because you need an identifier, because every man is not the same. You can't just say, like he said, just say man. Which man? Who are we talking about? It doesn't make sense. You can't just say man because every man's not having the same problem. Why would you come to an internet space where people are having problems with relationships and then just say man? Because there's a lot of men that are not having problems with relationships. They're just fine. They're in a healthy, happy marriage. We're not talking to them. So you need an identifier. Like, we have to be smarter than this.
Equally antiquated and goofy is stating everything's
How is that white supremacy? How is that white supremacy? So white supremacy. But you wrote that on there though. But you wrote that on there. But you wrote. I'm reading what you said. He says, "How is?" You said, "How is red pill an antiquated term?" This dude is blaming everything on white supremacy.
Doc, can you take?
I said one. I said one word about white supremacy tonight, which was about a whole different other subject matter, and then you threw that in there. If you got a problem with me, you could talk to me about it right now. You don't have to put stuff in the chat room.
Now listen, how's anybody going to talk to you when you won't shut up? Homeboy was sitting there in the orange shirt trying to talk, and you kept over talking him. The only person that you let have a chance at the microphone was the lady. You wouldn't shut up. How's anybody going to ever refute any of your points if you won't sit the microphone down and back away from it? You've been overserved. You've had enough. Pause yourself long enough to allow somebody to say, I have a disagreement with you. But if you're going to be so microphone dominant, no, he's going to have to go to the chat. Otherwise, he's going to have to wait 40 minutes for you to shut up to refute the point. So he's got to have a whole notepad to go against all 50 of the points you made in this long-winded soliloquy, your diatribe. Come on, man. Listen equals silent. He know that mic gonna silence he know what he doing.
Then you can talk to me about it right now.
Okay.
That's kind of a punk move type thing.
Punk move. Now we directly shaming dude. It's a punk move what you did. How's it a punk move? He talked in the chat. The chat's available. He couldn't talk. He would have overtalked you. If you would have said he overtalked you, you would have said he was rude. Instead of overtalking you, he went to the chat to make his point. And that's a punk move. Some people leave no room for you to be in the conversation at all. They want to dominate. Those people are not fit to lead anything. You can't do anything with that. You can't win them. You can't win with them. You can't work with them. What you say, Yella? Can't do it.
Can't do it.
Can't do it.
To do when you got me on the panel, if you're concerned about anything I'm saying that's antiquated or not, you can talk to me as a man right now. That's kind of punkish, don't you think? Don't you think that's kind of a punk move? That's a punk move. All right, on the panel.
Come on.
I'm right on the panel.
We're totally disrespected.
It's not a punk move.
I'm right on the panel.
We are totally disrespected.
I'm on the panel. You just said that I think that you just said that I blamed everything on white supremacy. I didn't blame anything on white supremacy tonight in terms of this subject matter. What are you talking about?
Gentlemen,
hey man, we are totally disrespecting the very conversation.
But I just got disrespected by him when I'm on the panel. You can ask me that question.
He asked a question in the chat and he called it disrespect. That level of tolerance is not fit to lead. You cannot be in leadership and not be able to be questioned. He didn't call him a name. You called Ray a name. These are the people setting themselves up as leadership. I'm in the community. Our organization been out here 107 years. Blah, 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 blah. You disagree with me. Oh, that's a punk move. That's a leader? I don't know.
Be more specific to me up here, but you want to put it inside the chat room, which I think is a punk move when I'm right on the panel. You can ask me what you can talk to me as a man, just like I confronted you as a man to understand what you were writing.
Did you want me to interrupt the conversation?
I want us to be able to handle this. However,
I asked him a question.
Right. Can we do it in the back?
Shut up.
Can y'all do that for me?
No, I don't have to do it. Nah, that's okay.
When asked to do it in a respectful manner because they're trying to run a show, no, I don't have to do it. See, no, to me, that's a punk move. That's running from you don't want the conversation. You just wanted to punk this guy publicly because you knew he was going to be respectful. You knew he wasn't going to buck up. So you wanted to be loud, but then when they asked you to do it silently, just have a conversation with the person privately where everybody wasn't seeing it. No, I'm good.
Yes.
Hey, Blackman Unfiltered.
Go ahead.
It's like throwing a temper tantrum to try to dictate the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's a weird dynamic to talk to people like that. You know what I'm saying? Focus on just their perspective. You know what I'm saying? They can't really. That's a hard conversation to have anyway. That's why I'm like, it's more people just out here trying to be right than being You know what I'm saying? Somewhat. You can't be right all the time on these fucking panels. I know I ain't right all the time. Y'all niggas batting 1,000. Everybody right on these panels with every take you got. No, it's like this is part of what he said. I agree with is that this shit has become pointless now. This,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? This, you know
Yeah.
what is this? What is this gonna
Nothing.
really teach somebody?
Nothing. Nothing. There's nothing positive to take away from the way. And see, this is where YouTube is valuable. He says you can't learn on YouTube, but he's been a demonstration. He said all the right things. This is what I do. I do this stuff offline. Men need to be made in the real world. But right here in the virtual world, he couldn't hold his composure. He could not stop himself. He could not withhold like his impulses. He had no impulse control. Couldn't stop himself from interjecting and cutting people off. He had no ability to do that. No discipline. No regulation. No emotional control. He's the only one yelling. No self-awareness to see that he's the only one yelling. No respect for the platform, because the platform, the host himself came up and said, hey, can you do this differently? Women are asking him, so they're uncomfortable. Hey, could you do this differently? All these different signs. He's running more red. He's running through red lights. He's blowing through stop signs. He's driving over the roundabouts. I mean, he's clipping the speed bumps. He does not care, because it's more about him than it's about the team. You can't win with him. You can't work with him. Can't do it. But again, what I wanted to point out was at the beginning of the conversation, all the bio that people give that set themselves up as leadership and authority. That's why the internet is useful, because you can see people demonstrate their character before you even get to real life. You only have to waste your time with real life. Because if you're this volatile in an online conversation that's been civil and respectful over the word red pill being interjected, what could you possibly be different like in real life? Are you trying to tell me in real life, where the stakes are higher, you're going to be more civil, more calm, more respectful, more disciplined? I have a hard time believing that. And if you're doing this for entertainment, why would you come to a space that you say you respect the conversations that they have and it's useful and productive, and then derail it yourself? Are you a saboteur? Are you an agent of chaos? Did you get mad about him talking about white supremacy because you're trying to take black people down? These are the questions that come up in my head when I see people act like this, because their message is totally dissimilar from their actions. It doesn't make any sense to me. There's no logic. You're not even offering real information. I mean, there were anecdotes. There was a pop-up trivia. The Matrix was written by a black woman. That's great. That'll get you a point on. That'll get you what, 200 on Jeopardy. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. But the rest of the stuff is useless. The rest of the stuff is useless. And that's exactly what Ray talked about. There's no structure here. You demonstrated that. There was a guy that said, I'm one of the people that came in hurt and harmed, and I needed structure and I needed solutions. And you're like, hey, shut up. You're the person he's talking about. So this is the form of communication that he is teaching in the real world. I'd have to believe that. That would have to be my assumption, or something like it. You can't challenge his authority. You will respect my authority. You never see me start anything. You have, however, seen me finish it. Finish him. It was an excellent conversation until this happened. And it actually ended on a well note. People be lying as fuck on these panels, acting one way and be very different off cam. Annoying. Question. What did you see or hear that triggered his response? He didn't like the word red pill. Red pill was a thing. Red pill set him off. Because he said we use these stupid terms and these stupid labels, and we put people in these stupid boxes. At some point, he had an emotional experience being labeled or put in some type of box, and red pill, it's in a wave through his body. He couldn't control it. Man, Joel, I stand corrected. You are right. I haven't seen you start anything like your own channel. You keep talking about. Oh Oh shoot! I had to drop for a quick second. Dang, Kansas and woo, ether. Jesus Christ! Oh my God! I hope it doesn't echo, but my God!
Jesus Christ!
Woo! Ooh, man, Drill, come on, man. Ooh, shit! It was that, and also what he read in the chat. Yeah. What he read in the chat too, because it challenged his authority. Somebody just asked a question because he said it's a lot of people, and Von Bryan was present. I talked about Black Man Unfiltered because somebody had challenged like the content he was putting out, and Von Bryan got cussed at. It's the same thing. Some people they can't take criticism. They're very defensive. That's a human thing. I'm not saying I don't expect that. People are going to get defensive. People don't like to be publicly admonished or shamed or corrected. People don't like it. But as an adult, I do expect a certain level of being able to tolerate criticism publicly, or even being able to just sit in your chair and listen to somebody give their criticism and letting them finish and then refuting the points. As an adult, if you can't remember all their points, I like to think that if you can afford all of these microphones, you can afford a pen and paper to write down the points that they're making so that you can wait your turn. Or use your phone and open up Notepad. Or open up a Word doc on your computer. As an adult, I would expect you to be able to regulate yourself better than they have to keep interrupting. I have expectations I would put on adults. I have expectations I would put on people that are in the community calling themselves leaders, and we've done this and we do that. It's problematic that people that set themselves up as something more than the rest of us act like this. It's not okay. These are the people that have put themselves out as what they're doing in the community. And then they'll shame everybody else for not doing what they're doing. I come online to tell you that you're not doing enough offline. But look how you're acting online. What are we talking about? I want to see how few of you show up for all the talk that everyone does. We can't show up if you don't start, Mandrell. I mean, I ain't trying to take the wind out of Canada and sell. She ethers you. You got 8. You just got 8. Eating, not eating. You got 8. Jesus Christ. Woo.
I'm not going to talk to him. I'm cool with this tonight. Okay. Thank you for having me on. I'm finished.
Come on, man.
I appreciate you, brother.
I'm finished because I asked a question that he could have asked me himself on the panel, but he puts a punk ass message in the end because this dude thinks everything is white supremacy. When I said one small thing about white supremacy in terms of how we look at our women when we use certain talking points, I said that earlier in the show, but then I don't know how he got that statement out of what I said about red pill and blue pill, which is something that I've been hearing on YouTube. That was some goofy stuff that people threw around to define themselves, define what a weak man is from a strong man, which nobody was saying that in these spaces until that movie came out and everybody got caught up in that Matrix type talk. And all these dudes that think they know everything about being a man.
So everybody they can tell everybody about being a man. Why would you name your channel? You have a problem. You have a problem when people naming themselves red pill, blue pill, this kind of man, that kind of man. But your channel is literally information man. So you're okay labeling yourself what type of man you are, but nobody else is allowed to label themselves what type of man they are. You have a monopoly on being able to use labels and identifiers. That's what I'm saying. The logic is missing in this space, and I promise you, man, if these people are leaders, we see where we're going to go. They cannot be in leadership position because they cannot think through the things that they say out of their mouths.
And then you make that statement to me when you can easily.
You can see what I'm saying.
But you could have easily just asked me my opinion about that.
Not glitched out about it. We could.
No, I'm glitching out about it because I asked you why did you have to write that in the chat room when I'm on the panel, and you could have easily just said to me what you're thinking, like, hey, Mr.
How could he when you won't shut up? You just said you were done and you weren't going to talk to the guy and you were leaving, and you still won't shut up.
Could have said, information man. Are you thinking this? Are you thinking that way? Did you mean this, information man, or did you mean that? But you put in the chat room, this is what I'm doing. As if, he's saying everything is about white supremacy. I haven't even talked that much about that kind of subject tonight. What are you talking about? So why would you say that?
They're both
Why would you say that?
I've said this
Why would
like
you say
19
that?
times.
What's the point?
Hold on,
I know you got no. I guess you're a subscriber to Red Pill and Blue Pill. Maybe you felt insulted that I said that. Is that what it was?
Wow.
Oh, no,
Come on,
you said
man.
they were. You said it was antiquated.
Yes, because we as black men, black men that I deal with on the outside, we don't talk like that. Black men that I deal with that are professionals, we don't talk like that. That's why it's goofy. It's goofy. Well, then why talk like that online if it's stupid? That's not solving our problems. Solving our problems is doing the goddamn work in the streets out there.
But he's here.
Our problems is working with young youth and getting them in the better place that they need to be. That's what I do. I don't.
Oh, does he? Where do y'all see him at? Is he in the streets? Are y'all watching him in the streets? Is he in the streets? That look like a square to me, don't it? That like one of those squares. One of these Hollywood squares that we be in. That's what it looked like to me. I don't see no street behind him. Y'all see a street behind him? I don't see no youth behind him. Y'all see youth behind him? That like a microphone in an empty room. Just like the rest of us. What are we talking about?
Need dumb terms like red pill and blue pill. That's not helping our community. It ain't helping our kids. It's goofy. It is antiquated because they don't do anything to help our people but put us down by classifying somebody as this and that, putting us in a box. We've already been put in a box in this society.
Bro, you're literally in a digital box. You're in a square. Like the self-awareness, bro. You call yourself the Information Man Show. That's a box. It's a label. Calm down.
Another dumb term. It's another term. I didn't even say white supremacy.
You thought it.
But I didn't even say that. Never mind. Hey, Black Men Unfiltered, don't invite me on this show, man, with goofy stuff like this. This is goofy.
I cannot. You know what's goofy?
This is it's goofy because what you just said is I just simply said that the problem is that we put people in boxes. But you want to run to this, oh, see, he's talking about white supremacy. I said we put people in boxes in this society, don't we do? We do. We put people are put in categories.
You know what, brother? You just
but the problem I had with
brother, and he's trying to say, brother, you just put everybody in categories.
you did is that you could have at least talked to me, but you put that in the chat room, which was a bitch move on your part.
A bitch move. Wow. 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 Here we go. I don't understand. You're out here teaching the youth. You're out here teaching the youth, but you have no ability to control yourself. You said everything he did was a punk move. Now you call it a bitch move. You're escalating. After you said you were gone. You have no ability to remove yourself from a situation that you yourself created. These are the leaders. These are the people that are out here teaching the kids. It's weird to me. Does he drink? If not, he needs to start. Smoke some weed too, man. He needs to do something. Yelling to make your point does not give it a stronger foundation. It becomes a distraction, and people tend to reject your response. With all this, he never explains why exactly the categorization disturbs him so deeply at all. And he never offered a valid replacement. His only thing was say, call it man. Don't say red pill, blue pill, this kind of man, alpha man, this kind. He said, call it man. That's so dumb. Why would you call your show the Information Man Show if man was sufficient? You would just have man. It wouldn't be the Information Man. It would just be man, according to what you said. But no, you needed an identifier. It's weird. It's so weird to me when people want to... I'm okay doing it, but nobody else is allowed to. And then I'm going to shame you for doing what I'm doing. You're a punk. You're a bitch. You're stupid. You're goofy. But me, I'm out here to teach. Yeah, simply don't agree. Don't agree. You undermine your own integrity and character by doing this stuff. It's crazy. Now, because I've seen him do this more than once, more than one show, I've never watched his content because I've seen him do this too much. It's too weird. I can't. How could I listen to somebody that acts like this? I've seen it too many times.
When I'm right up here on the panel. See, I wouldn't have did. I wouldn't have. But check this out, Reckless. I wouldn't have did what you did, Reckless. I would have just asked you to clarify your thoughts. I wouldn't have put a bitch ass message in the chat room when I got you up here. And I could have said,
Oh shoot. And it just drops off. Look at that. And then look at that. That was the end of that exchange. Von Bryan said it got back clean, but I didn't want to show that because these are the people, and he started this whole thing with this long diatribe and giving his biography, giving his whole bio about everything that he does and his organization and all the youth that they put into college and blah blah blah. And I mentored, da 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 da, all this stuff. But this is a demonstration of your character. When you hear something that you don't agree with, that was not disrespectful. Nobody attacked you at all. They attacked what you said in the chat because you wouldn't shut up. And then you left. The moment you realized nobody else was joining you in your little emotion fest, whatever that was. Nobody else got there with him. I don't know what he was looking. I really feel, and this is me talking. I don't know information, man. I don't know a lot of these people. I don't know any of y'all. But when I see people behave like that and they seem to escalate, nobody's escalating with them, but they keep going. And then when nobody goes with them, they finally just check out. I did this show a while ago and I talked about the movie Crash, the movie Crash. And there was a statement that Don Cheadle said, people want to crash into each other just so they can feel something. I feel like that's what a lot of people do. They want to get into a really heavy, impactful, tense, confrontational moment where all these emotions are just throwing back and forth. You say a whole bunch of stuff at me, I say a whole bunch of stuff at you, and it's like, and we have all those feels, all that big crash, and it's like, oh, I felt something. I finally felt something. I know I'm alive. I really feel like a lot of people need some sort of chemical release and seek it. And he said he's doing all this stuff in real life, but maybe all this stuff in real life is just too boring. Like, it's useful, it's productive, it's helpful to humanity, but maybe it doesn't feed that sense of drama that people do need. Some drama. People do need, our systems do need drama. And maybe you haven't found it in real life because you're trying to live this great, amazing, pious life of taking care of everybody in the villagers and the orphanage, and you're doing all of that. It's amazing, but you don't have any drama. You don't have anything that's of intrigue or mystery or fascination, so you come online and stir shit up for no good reason. Nobody asked for it. Nobody needed it. They were having a productive conversation until you came into it. It's problematic. And I think a lot of people don't know how to find drama safely. He could have just gone to a different panel, but he didn't. Show your support by subscribing to my new channel. Oh, look at it. Look at it. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Oh, everybody click that link. Come on, click the link. Hercules, 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 Hercules. Yes, yes. Okay, cool. You are known by the fruit that you bear. Don't get mad at me because I'm inspecting your fruit. I see it for what it is. Facts. Facts. I recommend reading and viewing fiction. I love a good television show or movie for my drama. I love it. I'll take a panel derailment like this. I'll take it. But I have a standard for, like, I like special effects. I like well-written scripts. I'll enjoy something like this. That's why I started the show with this. I was like, man, I'm so glad somebody sent that to me, because I was like, you know what? This is a little bit of drama. We need a little bit of drama because, y'all know. I can admit this. I get a little dry. I'm cool. I know that about myself. Y'all don't have to tell me. I know. We cool. We Gucci. He need to watch wrestling. He need to watch something. I just subbed. The Big Picture. Love the name. So I'm a little behind. I'm 8 minutes behind. We're gonna remove this and go into my Wireless Wednesday. Now there's another content creator, guys. The whole messy ass for Sean. Every now and then I need to be messy for myself, and sometimes every now and then I need to be messy for y'all. We all like a little messy. It just needs to happen. You can go to a restaurant 50 times in a row, but on that 51st time, you better throw like a pea at somebody. You better throw a string break. You better throw something. You need to have a little messy. You cannot sit there with your little place napkins everywhere and your silver. You can't. Every now and then, you need to let loose. So, go sub to Mandrill. Do that. Mandrill's Fight Club. I like it. I like it. And we are going to go into Wireless Wednesday. We're going to have a little fun at a former collaborator's expense. Yeah. Former collaborator's expense. Hey, we need a bathroom break? Let's take a bathroom break. Everybody, let's take a bathroom break. Quantum says she need a bathroom break. We'll be right back.
We appreciate your patience and want to thank you for waiting. We should be returning any moment now. In the meantime, like the video and make sure notifications are on because Rashawn is impatient and does not like to keep people waiting. So see you soon.
I guess it's only one thing that'll catch my eye, but as soon as I try, something bars my side. In a way I feel this moment's phony. Claim I feel I'm always lonely. Not the best step forward, but the one you shown me. Like the next test or be the right one for me. Is it rude if I say that you felt odd? Why did you leave all my hopes being passed by? It's only one thing that'll catch my eye, but as soon as I try, something bars my side. In a way I feel this moment's phony. I feel I'm always lonely. Not the best step forward, but the one you show me. Like the next test or be the right one for me. Is it rude if I say that you felt odd? Why did you leave all my hopes being passed by? Pessimistic cause the half glass couldn't hold me. When it run it back, I can't forget what teacher told me. Time is not a fact, it's only know that cause you sold me. It's gonna fold me, not console me and control me. He really rolled me, I compose me for the homies. So will it mold me or disown me? Is he cold? Yeah, give him 50 cents, so just imagine if you owe me. I cannot repent now when I wish him to the old me. If I go again, is it proof in the box? I probably wouldn't be this low if I knew how to stop. Yo, I can reach the shit from home if it's smooth on the rocks. So goose for the shots, I had to know it grew out the notch. Just take me away, I had to know it wasn't no way for loving the same. I had to see the riff in the game. My tragedy, a masterpiece is there, aloof for the name. From swinging feet to Hennessy's and now there's room for the pain. There's only one thing that'll catch my eye, but as soon as I try, something bars my side. In a way I feel this moment's phony. Claim I feel I'm always lonely. Not the best step forward, but the one you show me. Like the next test or be the right one for me. Is it rude if I say that you felt odd? Why did you leave all my hopes being passed by? There's only one thing that'll catch my eye, but as soon as I try, something bars my side. In a way I feel this moment's phony. I feel I'm always lonely. Not the best step forward, but the one you show me. Like the next test or be the right one for me. Is it rude if I say that you felt odd? Why did you leave all my hopes being passed by?
I like that track from Tree Hunter. Von Eric sent that to me, so appreciate you for the track, man. I really like that one. It's nice and smooth. Nice and smooth. Dree. Alright, cool. Oh, shoot. My bad. So listen. We got Yellow back. We got the General, the Chief, the CEO of Yellow Pill Coffee Co. Man, so what are your final thoughts on the way our men comport themselves in conversations, man?
YouTube is a dumbass place. I'm just gonna let you know while I'm here saying it. YouTube is a dumbass place.
Yo,
thanks to us for keeping the bullshit going.
Yeah, man. Every now and then I see something. Somebody send me something. I see it. I say it. If I see something, I'm gonna say something. Some stuff is just so outlandish. We gotta be better than that. As adults, forget men, forget women, forget black people. As a person above the age of 25 to 30, there should be expectations that we should be able to hold ourselves to. Not doing that should be one of them. Forget all the identifiers. Forget man, alpha, blue pill, red pill, black, white, yellow, any of it. Forget the labels. As an adult, above 30, you definitely should be able to hold your composure a little bit better than that. I think that's a reasonable expectation.
You can't expect that from people who know they right. Too many people who know they right in these spaces, from the panels to the chat to everywhere in between. There's too many people that know they right. It should be, if anything, I was expect this space to be an exchange of ideas, when it's really just a bunch of passive aggressive denial of ideas.
That's so interesting. It's so interesting you would say that. Speaking of knowing their right, we're getting into the next segment. Wireless Wednesday. I'm a little late, 15 minutes past the hour. Now, the audio is going to be a little trash. Get your headphones, do what you got to turn the volume all the way up. I've worked with the wireless woman a few times. I'm going to let you know. I want all of you who are listening, when we get about maybe 5 or 6 minutes into this clip, I want y'all to let me know, when y'all know, why I chose this clip. It's going to be obvious. It's going to be so obvious. But this is, I believe, can black women lead the revolution? Is the video. I clipped out the beginning portion of it, and I'm starting to hear. Can black women lead the revolution? I worked with her a few times. Had a difference of opinion at some point. I want to call it a difference. I'm not even going to soft step it. She couldn't handle pushback on her ideas. Much like the information man. If you don't agree with me, you're disrespecting me. Nobody disrespected anybody. We don't know you. We don't know you. You have to be able to take criticism of your ideas if you're going to get on panels with people that aren't you. We can have a disagreement. So hopefully, what I did, I had a panel, and she was in the chat, and she said something, and somebody asked for a stat. And I know that makes me sound like Dr. Seuss just then. But then I got a really long, lengthy IG message about how there was discernment and people were talking bad against her. And it was the weirdest thing ever. Weirdest thing. I have no idea. I still don't know what happened, because I said I don't know what you experienced. They said I already told you. You didn't. You didn't give me the words to understand exactly what you experienced that lets you feel the way you feel. And that's cool. I just detach myself. I'll remove myself from a situation so quickly that I don't want to be a part of. If it doesn't serve me, I don't enjoy it, and I don't have any obligations, I will peace out so fast. So fast. Rashawn's never beating a cat in hot allegations. But listen. We're going to play this. Hopefully you can hear it. I amplified the volume twice. It was really trash volume on YouTube. So I had to download it, amplify the volume, download it, and amplify the volume because you can only go up to 200%. So I did that twice. Hopefully you guys can hear it. Let me know when I hit play if you guys can hear it when you see mouth start moving. It's still gonna be tough. Yellow, you dirty. I just saw the name. Hold up, it should be coming.
Can women really?
That's what he said.
The revolution. Listen. During my live with Bro Diallo, he talked about how much more radical feminism needs to be.
Can y'all hear that? Yellow.
Take it seriously.
Right. Even though you were on the front lines of the struggle and you're in the back of the line when it's time to line up for the concessions and resources and status within the new system. So it's a trick. So it's not enough to be, my girls, my sisters, girl power. It has to be revolution. It has to be revolutionary, because if it's not revolutionary, then it is just another integrationist movement. And women's integration harms women and the community as a whole.
And I've sat with this. I've thought about this. And I actually was doing a study in one of my classes about feminist theory and feminism. Because let's be honest, I think a lot of women haven't been as serious or as radical about feminism as we could be, because we actually don't fully understand what it is. Women are socially engineered to wield power very differently from how men do. And I saw this in the Wakanda Forever film. You know, you've got a male leader who's looking for ways to protect and defend his...
Yo's having a reaction. But listen, I'm going to tell y'all, one thing I love and hate is feminism. There's feminism, the idea, which I love. But then there's the practice of feminism, which I hate. Because people, like she said, don't understand what feminism is. They don't understand it. It's the same thing you'll hear me complain about a lot of things, like pro-black. There's the idea of being pro-black that I love. Then there's the way people practice it, which I hate. I love the idea of Christianity. I hate the way people practice it. The concepts are beautiful in all of these things. Feminism, women having equality and being able to be judged based on their merits and just like everybody else and having equal opportunities like everybody else. That sounds fantastic. That's not the way it's practiced. It's used as a form of dominance. The same way a lot of things are. I want to control you through my ideology that I don't even myself understand. And we're going to hear a little bit of that here.
People, and then you got this female woman king that's been thrust forward to champion her people. And there's this immense amount of tolerance that comes from her, not even just for Namor and his people, but also for the colonizers, for the people that are mining their vibranium. Even at the end of this movie, we don't really see a solution for how to keep these people out of Wakanda coming out of all the action in the film. Instead of the film being about Namor and Shuri being against the free world, it ends up being about them going against each other and her choosing mercy. But here's the thing. I am
What the hell movie was she watching?
she watched the newest Black Panther.
Which version did she watch? Shuri fucked up left, right, and center that whole movie.
No, you can't.
The
no.
queen got, dude. The queen got killed.
Accident.
Do we skipping over all of this, dude? The queen got killed. You let people come into Wakanda and start mining vibranium. The one thing they said not to do. Come on, man.
None of that would have happened if the men was in their proper place. If the men was doing what they were supposed to be doing.
I'm tired of people getting their concept of lives from these crackpot ass cash grab Marvel movies. Y'all idolizing the wrong damn characters for the wrong damn reason. Just because they kind of sort of make a little bit of sense. Here you go, I'm gonna heap all the Thanos was right. Shuri was right. Then you got to be the most ass backwards movie watching ass niggas ever, bro. Like for real.
Jesus. Yeah. Now I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. Go ahead. I'm bad.
No, go ahead. Yeah, that's bro. So it's certain things, it's certain concepts that once it's presented, you not finna convince me that you really know what the hell you talking about. Because if you can't recognize a bad movie, because it was just a trash movie altogether. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's whole nother.
Cool. I know. I get you. It was a bad movie, but there are themes. Life imitates art. Art imitates life. There are themes that are portrayed in movies that can be applied to life. There are things in life that can be applied to your art. They have a relationship. I'm cool with that. But you need to understand the theme if you're going to preach on it. Like the whole red pill, blue pill thing. You need to understand it. Like that's why I had a problem with red pill. Me and Rico did a whole series on it on knowledge and relationships. Red pill is like, I understand the nature of women. But the guys who say they're red pill don't understand the nature of women. They only understand the nature of their hurt because of women. So you've never learned the nature of women. You've only learned the nature of your hurt at the hands of women.
The results. Nature of the results.
And that's it. You know one dynamic with women and you're saying, I understand the nature of women. No. Women are there is no one species that you could, people have devoted their entire lives to the study of one type of an animal and not have a complete understanding of them. You're going to tell me that you, through your few experiences, fully understand the nature of a more complex creature species. No. You understand some dynamics, the ones that are most specific to you, and maybe some that you've heard through other people, but you don't have a complete understanding, and we need to quit playing like we do. So no, they don't have a complete understanding. They may understand their hurt, but that's as far as it goes. And a lot of people have an incomplete understanding of feminism because they won't even read on it. Or they take a class, but a class is limited too because you're probably taking other classes and you're probably still trying to live. So you're not even studying. You're only studying to the class. You're not studying the subject, which is a totally different thing. I would love to snap some of these fuckers into the blip for the next 5+ years. It is a comic book movie. Like most comic book movies, they borrow from life. They don't teach you life. Damn. All right, Rico. All right, I hear you. Oh, shoot. Hold up, she about to.
Interactions that the behaviors that have won people their independence. Come on, we're running around here hollering that we're independent women, but we have not had to subjugate or dominate any group of people for our independence. Our independence has, by and large, been won, yes, but given to us out of the power structure. And Bro Diallo made this point. I'm telling y'all, everybody say I don't listen. I was listening and paying attention and taking notes. Made the point that it really ends up being about how we can integrate into the existing power structure and hierarchy without really disrupting it. Let's be honest, women do the majority of unpaid labor anyway. So for us to now
women do a majority of unpaid labor. I'm sorry. I've been having a problem with that. I'm okay. That's gonna have to be a separate live stream because I've been having an issue with that. There's this thing that people are doing where they keep quantifying the jobs that women do within a relationship and classifying it as unpaid labor, but they'll never quantify all the things that men do and categorize it as unpaid labor. It's very weird to me, but I get it. It's from the misunderstood feminine principle of trying to liberate yourself as opposed to seeing yourself as a part of a family unit, because that's not the feminine principle at all. Anyway, let's get this going. Do they know Superman can't really fucking fly? Rico.
Workforces and do a lot of underpaid labor, it's not really a win. It's really not. They're getting discount workers, and we're using that independence, of course, to come back into our homes and say, oh, we're independent, but are we really? And to what extent should we really gain our independence? Are we now prepared to lead even our own lives and our own households? This is a question that as
That's the feminist question. Are you prepared to leave your lives in your homes to disrupt the patriarchy and all this free labor that you're giving to your home and your family? All this free labor that you're giving to the home that you are a part of creating. That the man he gives no free labor to. I'm sure he doesn't carry anything heavy. I'm sure he's not a mover. I'm sure he's not a lawn person. I'm sure he's not a maintenance man that fixes small repairs. I'm sure he doesn't service the car. There's no unpaid labor that he does at all. But go ahead and remove yourself from the home because of the free labor that you give to the house and family. That's cool. But where is it going to get you? What's the outcome? What's the outcome of that? That's one of the issues of feminism. Like Bree helped me understand. Feminism was not designed to help provide and restore a nuclear family. It was for the empowerment of women to be fully autonomous and independent, which means removing yourself from a lot of the systems, maybe even the nuclear family. So you can't also be pursuing the nuclear family and a full feminist ideal unless you tweak one or the other. Taking a break from the good white man's job to see what the thinking black folks are doing. Shout out to Rashawn Yella in the chat. What's up, brother Clarence? Let's talk to Better Black Life, man. Make sure you go check him out. He's been dropping some solo content as well as the live stream, so he's been putting in that work. Child rearing is not labor, that is a choice. So they need to dismiss that shit. At least it's a labor to an individual family and not society. So no value earned except to yourself. And there's some value to that. Go ahead.
And the weird part is they say they do it free, but then collect all this money and assistance off these kids too. So it definitely ain't free labor when that child you had could bring you all this extra funds on your tax money, on your tax dollars and shit like that. If you the parent, he don't have that kid. It's like that child care credit, that child tax credit. It's like that's like a whole way of something. I know mothers who living off they tax money every month. I mean, they tax money every year. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't just free labor. You having somebody who brings certain benefits into your house if you live in that kind of life, because no, they not all boss babes like they trying to make it seem like that. Some of you niggas is out here struggling with your entrepreneur job. You still struggling. So like you getting help and all that other shit too. It's benefits from having kids that women receive. You get all type of, so it ain't just free labor. You ain't just having a kid and there ain't nobody there to support you. If you don't go get it, that's on you.
Yeah, I don't really like the free labor thing. It always reminds me of when my youngest sister did not have custody of her son. My mother did, and my mother needed somebody to watch him, and his own mother watched him, and my mother paid her for babysitting. It always stuck with me. It always stuck with me. Like it just always was in my head. Like, how you gonna babysit your own child? That's not something you get paid for. That's not, you know what I'm saying? That's not free labor. That's the role that you chose. But again, that's a separate lie for a separate topic. We're actually working towards something. So my bad on that. That's my bad. I want y'all to, again, let me know in the chat when y'all know why I selected this video. It'll be very obvious.
A single independent woman. I've been asking myself, because in my lives, that's why y'all gotta be here for these lives with Tiffany, even she and I, as two single Black women, had an impasse, a difference about what we expected from relationships, and there was a great chasm just between the two of us as women. And I'm finding that the same divisions that lie between Black men and Black women lie between Black women and Black women as well, which makes all movements for our equity, equality, for better treatment, it ends up being highly ineffective if we don't actually know what we want.
Yes. Yes, women. You actually need to know what you want. And all of you are not going to want the same thing. Surprise! You're human.
So we have to really begin to have these discussions around, are we ready to be as revolutionary as some of our actions would denote?
Well, I respect your ambition, Willie, but you got to have vision.
In our mindsets. Because listen, we can't integrate into the same systems of oppression that have created misogyny and sexism in the first place.
Oh, but you did.
If we're really going to overthrow these factions, if we're really going to resist the manosphere, the way that women and feminists, because here's the thing about feminism, it's not just for women. Men can also subscribe to feminist theory.
Mm-hmm.
And if we are really going to make an impact as women, the way the manosphere has made for men, then we're going to have to abandon our thoughts that we can work alongside these people.
It is always
these people,
us versus them.
Now, guess what? Guess what? If feminism is about equality, it's not an us versus them. Because you're trying to get equality. So you're trying to make it so that it's an us. It's just an us. Because we all have the same thing. That's an us. That's a collective. You're trying to be a part of a larger collective. Everybody has the same thing. If it's us versus them, there's never going to be equality. If there's two sides, somebody has to be different. There has to be a distinction for an us versus them. What's that distinction? Information man. All these labels. Yes, if to have a label, you have to have a distinction. You have to have a difference that's noticeable. You cannot have sameness and labels. You can't have an us versus them if there's not a difference. So if you want sameness, if you want us all to have the same opportunities, it can't be a battle, because nobody's ever going to give you equality if they're your opponents. That's not normal. That's not normal. We gotta think better, y'all.
These are the same colonizing male supremacist views that have caused imperialism and capitalism in the world. The pathology is no different. And I find when I sit down and talk to my female counterparts that they say things like, well, baby, they're on the other side of this, not wailing about us. They have a clear agenda, a clear goal when it comes to the subjugation of women. Even weeks and weeks ago, I had Rashawn on my channel. And I told y'all I didn't want to talk about what was going on at the time, and so I didn't. But let's just say that as much as I invited a difference of opinion, I wasn't given the same respect on his platform that he had received on mine.
Hey, guys. Hey, did you notice anything? Listen, I don't know if anybody saw the wireless woman and her appearances on this channel. There was never a lack of respect. There was never a lack of respect. And maybe up until the last appearance, there was never a lack of admiration. I still admire the work that the wireless woman does. I completely disagree with her thinking process and her understanding of her own ideology. That's where we differ. I admire the work she puts together. I admire the clips. I admire the way she phrases things. I admire the cultural references. I admire all of that. No disrespect. It's the same thing. Every time I have an issue with a content creator, it's along lines of ideology, which is not personal to me. That's not personal to me. I don't have to agree with you to like you. I don't have to agree with you to respect you. At all. At all. You've never been over here and gotten disrespected. You've never been over here and been cut off and been dropped down or talked bad about. You've never experienced, nobody has been over here and been treated like that was up on my panel. I've told everybody that if you're up on my panel, you kind of get to tell me how you want things to operate. If you want people to be able to push back or I can tame it, I work with people on their level, what their comfort level is. So when I heard that, I was like, wow. Ooh. Rashawn didn't give you the type of respect? What? Not wireless hair? What's up, Chris Classic in the building? Man, and no, it is not EO Sky's time. I refuse. Anyway.
Yes, sir.
This is the wireless woman. Ooh, now it makes sense. Yeah. Black people think questioning their opinions is a form of disrespect many times. Absolutely. And that's the only thing that happened. I'm going to challenge your opinion. And I hope that you challenge mine, especially if you don't agree. If you don't agree, challenge it. And it's okay for me or you to be wrong and still challenge. But if somebody refutes you and shows you fact or demonstrates or can prove their stance, be like, okay, well, maybe I need to look into something a little further, or maybe I need to study this, or maybe I need to come back on another day, or any number of things that you could say. But people don't like being vulnerable. And I get that. She tried to throw you in the ocean with the ancestors or whatever Killmonger said. Yeah, man, yeah. Yeah, buddy. Sometimes people don't get the appreciation they think they deserve, and they create an offense in their mind to assuage their lack of effort and influence. I call it YouTube delusion. Oh, I like that. I like that. They created an offense. Because I remember in the message, which I did not keep, I disconnected immediately. I'm going to tell you. Because wireless woman talks about unplugging. I unplugged immediately. Unfollow, unsub, all that. I was like, I'm done. I didn't like the accusations. Because if she'd have just said me, Rashawn this, Rashawn that, this is what she said on the live. But in the direct message to me, and two things. Why I typically would not have, the reason I have not talked about the wireless woman in this kind of way, the same way I did like Mr. Best or Simon or anybody else. I do, and y'all have heard me talk about this, I do have a patriarchal belief that there's a way, that a double standard that men and women should be afforded. I believe that. So I would have never had done this until I was like, you know what? She's a feminist. And feminists want to be treated equally. Like, you know what? Let's bring her on the big stage. So she put her big boy pants on. Let's be big boys. We're all here together now. So stop getting on EO. Don't challenge me. It's not challenge day. You're right. My bad. Right. Motherfucker hate to be challenged. Like, nigga, I don't have to agree, but I can definitely hear your ass out. Facts. And that's all that happened. But during the message that she sent me, and I wish, I probably have it somewhere, but I'm not going to do all that. I'm not going to go that far because it's not that important to me. And she'll say that in a moment. Um,
That could be a big ass waste of time too. Don't waste a motherfucking time telling you gonna hear him out if you just gonna not come to no conclusion at the end.
Ooh.
I mean, we spend hours to come to a fucking stalemate. That's more productive than us disagreeing. That's less productive than us disagreeing. That's why conversations like that, information, man, shit happen because people is just up there to not come to any kind of conclusion.
Uh-huh. That felt unique.
I mean, that's kind of the truth though. That's kind of the truth. Nobody really comes to this space to even it's nobody comes to this space to find out to really be challenged. That's the honest to God truth. Nobody really come to this space to be challenged because the real challenge, everybody get offended. That's why she mad. That's why information man mad. That's why most people get offended. That's why niggas got to call out to get checked on this channel. Yeah, people don't like to get challenged
at all. What up, Sim Simma? Good to see you. Good to see you, my guy. Appreciate the love and support for the channel as well, Sim Simma, definitely. During the message, though, she made accusations that either Bree or Yella had like kind of poisoned the well, or kind of like must have said something or done something to poison the environment or taint the environment against her. And I don't, like, come on, I could take a lot of, listen, I have, like Information Man said, there's my real life and there's my internet life. Real life and internet life are totally different.
Way different.
I've endured a lot of emotional stuff in real life. So I can take some extreme levels of ambiguous, non-specific, I don't know you abuse on the internet. You can say a lot of stuff about me and it won't hurt me. A lot of stuff just will not, I won't feel it. I won't feel it. I'm numb to random people having an opinion on a square that I can close out at my choosing. It doesn't affect me. Yella saw a man start calling me a FAG, and I don't think any of y'all saw it. Started calling me a FAG and stuff, and you know what I did? I started blowing this man kisses and tickling his square from mine. I started tickling his square because my square was underneath his.
That shit was hilarious.
Because I don't care. You're some random square who I don't know. I'm just going to play. I'm just going to have fun with you because you've demonstrated that you don't know how to act like a human. So now you're a toy to me. I'm going to play with you. So that's what's going to happen. So I can take the criticism. I can take shade. I can take shame. I can take insults. I can take guilting. I can take it because you know what I can do? Whenever I choose to. At any moment, I can just log off. I have that power. So other than doxing or showing up at my doorstep, there's nothing really that you can say that's going to really get me. It's not going to get me. It's not. So if she could have just accused me of anything, like the disrespect here, this video, I almost didn't even know she said that. I didn't get the same respect on your platform. That's cool. I can take that. I can eat that. I'm going to make fun of it. But then she brought in Yella and Bree, which was unnecessary. They had done nothing to her but be gracious. Now, graciousness is relative. And let me explain. Graciousness, you don't get to determine what graciousness is for the other person. So she may not have felt the grace, but I guarantee, based on the way she had demonstrated her character, the way she had demonstrated her ability to hold conversations, there was restraint offered on behalf of the respect of me. I respect Rashawn enough to not respond the way I want to respond because this lady's talking crazy. She's out of her mind. She's not letting people finish sentences. There's a stream I could point you back to where we had 2 guests, her and another couple, and she interrupted almost every single time. You don't know how to have conversations. That's a problem. Not my problem. Don't come to me and tell me I've been disrespectful to you on my platform when everybody was respectful. Everybody heaped praise on you. Oh, that was a great stream and da da da. And I loved hearing what you had to say. I mean, the chat. Oh, okay, cool. You got all the praise. You got all people liked you. They came over to your channel, started rocking on your stuff because they liked you. You got a good personality. It's interesting. It's dynamic. It's cool. But come on, don't make stuff up like Rico said. It's not okay. You ain't got to do all that. You ain't got to lie to kick it. Always remember how people present themselves. Often shows their life experiences. Even when they're trying to change. Facts. I give women grace because of that. But my goal is to elevate them out the mental fog. And that's kind of what I was hoping. I mean, to be real, because I'm being feminist. Because I'm being feminist and egalitarian and all. I was like, maybe being around some normal people who can just have a conversation about nothing, that might help. Come out of all this ideology. All of the fog. The mental fog that ideology puts people in. I'm like, man, maybe you can just be in a place where you can just not have to carry all that. You can sit the baggage down. But nah. She was receiving grace. Go ahead.
Yeah, now I was gonna say it's crazy because motherfuckers don't even realize how much leeway they do get in the chat because you are who you are, or leeway in the panel because you are who they are. You are who you are. Like it's really crazy. Like knowing for real. Like, so the fact that she got offended because she got challenged, her opinion got challenged.
And it don't make sense.
Cool. That's cool. It's typically my fault, I see.
Mm-hmm. It's either Yellow's fault or Mr. He Said's fault. If it ain't Yellow, it's Mr. He Said.
Yeah, pretty much.
One of y'all. Which Thursday the 27th, man. Come check us out on Harris Tribe Media Group. Me and Yellow will be over there for villainism with the couple, the Saids. We're going to be over there with the Saids. Yeah. Because we're going to talk about who the villain is. We're going to talk about the villains. But I'm going to play this a little bit because y'all heard my name. Y'all heard my name. That's not my name. That's not my name.
You haven't seen them anymore. I had hoped, aside from the way that we were dealing in the podcast, in the YouTube space, we could still continue to be friends, but it would appear that the friendship, despite my investments in it, was not actually that deep. But
there was no friendship. I don't know you. I don't know these people. It was an association. We did a few podcasts together. We didn't talk a lot other than that. I mean, she would send some messages and we would like talk about the stuff or like about theory stuff. People understand that if you got a long distance relationship, if you're not spending time with the person, you probably don't really know them.
Yeah.
If you're not in proximity routinely, regularly, going through trials and tribulations, I know that's biblical terms. If you're not experiencing hardships with this person, your connection's never been tested. You're probably not friends. Probably not. It's unlikely. Now, there are some people I'm deeply fond of. I'm deeply fond of Yella and Bree. I don't have Yella's phone number. If something was going, I couldn't call Yella if I wanted to. That's just this stuff, all this stuff, all these conceptions, all these things that we make up in our heads is just not true a lot of times. It's just not true. Not true. Yeah, it's true. I couldn't, like Chris Classic, take it home. He probably has his number. Calls him by his real name all the time. I don't know. I know he has a father. I don't know his father's name. Like we're not the relationships that people perceive in their minds is not real. Like there's a level, you have to know that there's levels to knowledge. There's levels even deeper in understanding. Even levels deeper than that when they talk about wisdom. I know things about Yella. There are some understandings I have about Yella, but we don't have a tried and tested relationship where we've gone through stuff. We ain't had to run from no location together because stuff got hot. I ain't never had to keep no secret for Yella. I ain't never had to help him out of a bind. How can there be a deep relationship there when it's never been tested? People got to understand that. We don't do phone number trading over here. Yeah, I ain't got Bree's phone number. If you can't reach me on Discord, I wasn't available. Anyway, facts. And I'm just saying that because people will start to make assumptions like, oh, these people are so... No. If you ain't around them, if you're not spending time with them, even the people that live in the same house with people they don't know. People live in the same house with people they don't know. Please don't think because we did like 4 or 5 podcasts together that we're friends. That's extra to me. That's a little extra. It's a little needy. It's a little clingy. It's a little assumptive. I don't know. If you got my email address, then it's real. I ain't got Quantum's email address. I can do a drive-by to bring us closer. Ha! No. People gonna be like, what are we before working together? That would be actually more beneficial. Hey, what do you see this relationship as? Like, do you want to like associate, like we hang out every now and then, we gonna work together, just do work, we do this podcast together, and then we dip up out and we don't really talk outside of that? People need to start putting in some work on the communication piece to understand what everybody's intentions are. I done slept with people I don't know. Facts. So like a friendship because we send some IG messages back and forth or something. Come on. We gotta be better than that. We're adults here. 30s and 40s. Big boy. Big girl. Grown. People got kids.
You're a mom.
You're a mom. You're a mom. Oh shoot, let me hit play.
When he came in on my channel on the day that he
I'm
had
late.
all the stuff that knocked all this stuff on my wall down, and it's still been down. I gotta get it put back up. But I need a man to help me.
When I was on the podcast, when I was talking all that patriarchy stuff fell off her wall. Now she's saying it's still not down because she needs a man to put it up. What are you talking about? Can a woman lead the revolution? You can't even lead your wall. You can't get your wall straight. You definitely can't get a family and community straight. Your wall's not in order. Stop it. Your ideology is useless. Cut it out. Get some help.
Do it. Anyway, but on the day that he talked about how women needed to be taken out of the workforce and put back in the home in order for there to be a balance of power between the sexes. In order for balance to be restored, power had to be given back to men in order to restore it.
Absolutely.
That was his solution.
And what is the encouragement that men need to participate in that space? Like, what is it that says instead of it being like Adrian telling Rocky, you can't win? How do we make you winners? If we garner all this power.
The problem is, and this is so ugly. This is ugly, and I'm telling you this. When I say this, everybody's women got to be removed from the workforce. It's competition. Men are competing with women. And because men don't have the soft skills to compete in the current economic system, they've been displaced.
His solution to the patriarchy and misogyny was more patriarchy.
It doesn't work for me. I gotta have more cowbell.
More cowbell. Always more cowbell with these guys.
I gotta have more cowbell, baby.
So experiences like that and studies that I have looked into.
That was cute. That was cute.
Are leading me to believe that we have to become more militant. We have to become more radical as women. And I had hoped not to arrive at that conclusion, because mostly all of feminist theory is built out of this belief that we can share power and make the world better.
But what? You're going to be more militant and radical. You're not militant and radical enough to get the stuff put up on your wall without a man. Like, we got to stop the lies. We got to stop the self-deception. If you can't get the stuff put up on your wall, you're not going to get the stuff put up in your community. You're not going to get the stuff put up against these kids that are out here stealing cars. You're not going to do it. There is no level of radical and militant that you can accomplish if you can't get stuff hung up on your wall. If you can't work a hammer and nails, there's nothing you can do. Stop it. Let this stuff go. It's a fiction. For you, it's a fiction. You're lying to yourself. And I hate to see it. It's a waste of talent. It's a waste of talent. Complete waste of talent. But I want to go back to the cowbell. Because that was cute. More cowbell. See the problem though. Nobody needed a revolution. Nobody ran a revolution to overthrow a cowbell. You don't need to be radical. You don't need to have a violent coup, a coup d'etat. You don't need that for a cowbell. So if we say more patriarchy, you want to say that's a cowbell? Well, that's weird. You're the cowbell because you can't get stuff hung up in your house without a man. We're the entire orchestra. And not me. I know I'm not the orchestra. Truth is, I'm probably the cowbell. Me, Rashawn, the black men, we're probably the cowbell. You're the triangle. Cowbell triangle. Both of us on the outskirts. Getting rung every now and then. Ding! Ding! Every now and then. You got your triangle. Ding! And I'm like, click, 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 with the little cowbell. Both of us just some noise on the edge, but the real instruments is keeping everything going. It ain't us. Stop it. It's nice to think about. It's a nice dream. It's a nice little fan fiction. I'm going to overthrow patriarchy. We're not the patriarchy. You don't have to overthrow us. It's not us. You might have to live with and deal with us. What are you going to overthrow us from? You don't overthrow anybody who's also sitting on the floor with you. We can't fall off of that. You can't fall off of the floor. We're down bad. What are you talking about? The people you got to overthrow got militaries. If you can't hang something on your wall, what the hell are you going to do with a drone or a tank? Huh? What are you talking about? More militant and radical? You're not as radical as having some flex tape. That's at CVS. You're not that radical. I don't understand. I know it's nice to have these nice little pipe dreams, these war rooms, these black militant groups, these feminist militant. It's nice to think about. It's so cute. It's so cool. It's amazing. It's amazing. But the truth of the matter is, there's some very basic things. Like Mr. He said on that clip, last clip we started the show, what we started the show with. When Mr. He said, do the show your room challenge. The stuff's off the wall. When you're living off the wall. Da, 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 da. I don't know the rest of the words. Living off the wall. You're living off the wall. What are you talking about? You're going to be radical and... Huh? You're off the wall. You're off the reservation. You're off the meds. You're just off. So please, 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 for me, let this stuff go. It's not helping you. It's not going to help anybody. It's not true. You can't do it. So yeah, it's a waste of time. You're already in the corporate power structure. You've already sold out. There's no point to this. You're wasting everybody's time. You could be applying your mind to something useful. You really could. You really could. But you want to overthrow black men first, obviously. Because you can't overthrow white men. I know you remember the 70s. I know you remember the 60s. I know you remember what happened to black men and black women that were militant and radical. And now they have more toys, more tools. We're deeper in the psychological well. So what are we really talking about? We can't even get a grown man of about the age of 50 to get through a conversation that somebody mentions red pill in or challenges him in the chat. He can't help you. He can't help you, even though he's mentoring the kids. And you, it's been 2 months since we've done a podcast together. Your wall's still dry. You can't get a nail put in it. You can't help him. What are we talking about? So let's stop the cap. Stop the cap. What's the purpose of overthrowing us anyway? I don't know. I'd love to know. I agree. Because I think many of women are the best with the children, especially while they're little. However, they definitely must want to be there developing those children. You gotta want to be in the family. If you're seeing it as unpaid labor, if this entire thing is unpaid labor to you, if you washing the dishes in the home that everybody's eating off of is unpaid labor to you, if you watching your children is unpaid labor to you, you're already lost. You've divorced yourself from your own family and seeing yourself as some sort of a slave. That's not going to work mentally. It's not going to have you in an emotionally well place. It's not good. And white women don't want no damn blue revolution. They are winning without it. Facts. Just get you got jobs. You can afford stuff. Just enjoy the stuff because you don't want a revolution. You don't even want to hang stuff up in your house. You won't get on the ladder. You won't change the light bulbs. You got to call somebody. What are you talking about? If you could order a revolution, you probably do it. If you could order it, if they sold Radical on Amazon, you'd probably be it. If it came from Fashion Nova, you'd have it. No, your jobs only buy you things. They don't fix things. That's it. So we gotta stop lying, y'all. We gotta stop lying. We gotta stop people from lying. And when they're lying, call them out on it. What's up, Summer Miss Pies? Appreciate you. I'm running a little bit behind. I said 4:30 to 4:40. I keep pushing the time back, but not Yella. I want to know if you got anything you want to say before we get into Bible study. We about to swap up. We about to go to Bible study. It's about to be Bible study. You can stay. I mean, you grown. You can stay. You can go. You can do whatever you need to do. But I'm letting you know we getting ready to get into the gospel. The gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ.
Oh, the fantasy novel that everybody like to read. Go ahead. We can get into the picture book. We can get into the picture book that everybody hang their hopes on.
All right, give me a second because I'm gonna pull up the video. I'm gonna pull up the clip that everybody's reacting to. I'm gonna pull that up first. Yella is a devout Christian. That's my heathen ass cue to exit stage left. Yeah, because listen, Rico, this pastor said that Jesus was 85% out of order. He was 85% wrong and out of order. So I mean, it's an interesting clip. We're going to unpack it. I'm actually going to try to. I'm not going to make y'all sit through the entire thing because I wouldn't listen to the entire sermon. I'm not going to make y'all do that. I'm going to play the clip. I will talk about the things from the clip. Again, but I saw the entire sermon. So give me a moment. I did not save the link to the clip, but that's in my history. Yeah, but that was a mess. But, you know, shout out to the wireless woman. I wish God. I really wish she could come out of her ideology because she's really got a lot of talent. She's got a lot of talent. And what made me, I was like, man, I wonder how wireless woman's doing. I just happened to go check. I'm going to go check a few of her videos. Because, again, I do like her content. I just couldn't deal with the personality traits. This was 80 out of order. This is about to be triggering as fuck. Blasphemy yelling. But, man, I still would love to work with somebody of the personality of, like, her energy. I like the energy. But there's some quirks there that just don't work. Just don't work well together.
Man,
and you got to be able to understand that.
You got the patience of the gods, bro. Ain't
It is what it is.
it ain't it ain't a drop of none of that shit be entertaining as hell. Like the first time,
Shit.
like I'm be like this. I look in content creator eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Once I see that I know you full of shit. Like the whole idea. The one thing I hate is to hear women calling for chaos that they in no way are actually prepared to perform
Mm.
or prepared to carry out. I'm tired of hearing that shit. That shit is so fucking cringe because you just wasting everybody's time. Like I know you be nice, bro, and you be saying that shit. Nah, I wouldn't watch her if that was the last channel on the motherfucking planet. I would just watch the inside of my eyes go black,
I
and
feel you.
eventually, that'll be a slow death is probably more entertaining than one of her videos. So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
I
get you. I get you.
yeah, don't take my negging as a that's just how I am.
No,
I
that's how you
can't.
feel. I mean, you're entitled to your opinion.
Yeah, I can't sit through dumb shit for the sake of trying to find a message
Mm-hmm.
or trying to find some level of entertainment in it.
Yeah.
And I think that's the repetitive circle that we in. You know what I'm
Marshals
saying?
aren't even aware enough to change their goddamn smoke detector batteries. Man, yeah. Man. Who beep beep. It's crazy. But yeah, so again, I wish her well. But I wish more than that she could come out her eyelid. I promise you. What is that? That old line. The sermon is about what 32 minutes. Sermon's about 32 minutes. I'll pull that link. Anybody that wants to watch the full sermon, I'm dropping the link in the chat now.
That's not bad. 32 minutes?
Yeah,
You're not finna
yeah,
sit
but
through it? Or
I gotta. No, no, I'm not. I got a lot of yapping. I wrote a lot of
oh,
yapping.
okay, I got you.
Yeah, I got a lot of. Going back to work for the white man. I'll be in the bushes. Listen, have a great show. Thank you, appreciate you, brother Clarence. So that is the link to the full sermon, which I thought was good. He actually doesn't get to that part until about, if it's 32 minutes, it's probably about the 20-minute mark. Tell us how you really feel. But yeah, I promise you, I get what you're saying. Her message, because the feminist stuff and the relationship stuff, I found all of the feminist and the relationship stuff to be off. We were over on Twitch breaking down a couple of videos, and it was just it's a lot of bad idea. It's a bad thought process, bad thinking. It's faulty thinking, like bad conclusions, like reaching bad conclusions. There's a lot of that. But what I'm saying is, I like that there's an energy there. I'm cool with. There's cultural references that are familiar to me, and when those like comedic timing, like that whole cowbell, more cowbell, that was funny. You know what I'm saying? Like it was funny. It was inaccurate, but it was funny. So Black Hearted with New Growth. Oh, so in the building, man. Appreciate you. Sorry I missed your celebration. Hey, it's all good. Much love and
Man, I wish
respect.
you
Wish
had
your
played
growth
the
times out.
oh, my bad. I wish you to play the video where she misquoted the Snoop Dogg song.
Yo.
Oh shit,
That
though.
was
That was
bad because it's hard to get more wrong. It's hard to get more wrong than saying something. Playing a video that says something else, but then still thinking y'all said the same thing. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. But that's what happens when people don't listen to themselves talk.
was just be
Nobody's there to
selectively
check them.
hearing. Yeah.
And yeah, selectively hearing, and no, that's one of the I see as one of the downfalls of people being unable to relate, is that there's nobody there that can check you. There's nobody there, like even monkeys, like sit there and pick stuff out of each other's hair. We don't have anybody to pick the stuff out of our thoughts, our words. Nobody's there to help us. Like, you might not want to do that. You might not want to say that. You might. There's nobody that we trust enough and respect enough to help us govern ourselves at a more calibrated way, so we can go out and looking our best, being our best, talking our best. It's
Shit, they
rough.
motherfuckers really don't want that though.
They
Motherfuckers
don't.
don't
That's what I'm
want that.
saying. But
Yeah.
but they end up sounding goofy, and nobody, and they don't understand that. Why don't people listen to me? Or why don't people respect me? Well, You might want to listen to some of the people that are trying to give you this feedback. That might help. Might help. Yeah, so we about to get into this Bible. The Bible. Jit. Pastor Jamal Bryant. Now this is probably a clip. This is 11 minutes, but don't pay attention to that. I'm only playing the clip, which is probably about a minute and a half, 2 minutes.
Being heretical tonight. Might I suggest to you that 85% of Jesus' life, he was out of order.
You just get this arbitrary 85%.
He was doing what he was not called to do.
That's a great question, Yellow.
God, y'all done got quiet. For 85% of his life, he was not flowing in his God-given function. 85% of his life, he is doing what his natural father wanted. But it did not line up with his divine DNA. 85% of his life, and he's anointed, he's called, he's chosen, and he's wrong. Tonight, Bishop Young, if we were to charter a KLM flight, 2 of them, 3 of them, and hoarded everybody who is in chosen vessel tonight onto that plane. We flew for 17 hours, landed in Israel. We would find the most proficient tour guide to take us around the Holy Land. And Green, when we walked around the Holy Land on this tour for Chosen Vessel, you would be amazed that on this tour, they would never be able to show us one table that Jesus built. They wouldn't be able to show us not one chair that he ever constructed, would never be able to show us one roof that he repaired. And that's where he spent the most of his life. God, I got the wrong church in here. Everything that you did before don't even mean nothing. God, I can't hear nobody in here. You keep trying to safeguard where you were never supposed to be. And God said, I don't even want your name on that. I'm shifting you to something else. For 30 years, Bishop, he's wrong. He's out of order.
MPC.
We've flown here from all over the country, not because of what he did for 30 years, but for what he did in 3.
MPP.
Yeah. So the obvious problem is the math. Non-playable passes, yeah, non-playable passes. Listen, the first problem is the math. Like, before I even get to what I wrote, there's going to be a lot of Bible reference, a lot of scripture. Before I even get in that, first problem is the math. He said 15%. Like Summer says. That only leaves about 5 years. What he's referencing is the 3 years of his ministry. Which, when I talked about, I'm going to just say it. When I talked about Negroes and numeracy, this is what I mean. Like 3 is 1/10 of the 30 that preceded it. So that's 3 is actually 1/11. It's not even a 1/10, it's 1/11. 3 would be 9.09%, something like that. 9.09%. So that means the bulk, instead of 85% wrong, it would be more like 91.91% wrong. It would be something like that. So Jesus would have to be wrong like 91.1%. If he were numerate, if he understood, but that doesn't sound sexy. 91.1, that doesn't sound sexy at all. It doesn't flow off the tongue. It doesn't get the people going. 85% sounds nice. So first of all, his math is off. The ignorant amens are scary. Yeah. Then calling Jesus wrong and wrong and out of order. I know that's going to be a trigger point. Yeah, he's not done the maths. He probably can't do the maths. 85 sounds better. Yeah. He's talking about age, I'm assuming. He had to be. And we know most of Jesus' life is not accounted for in the Bible. So how would he know that he wasn't, how would he know what he was doing the rest of the time? I don't know. That's weird to me. So, off the top, before I get into my stuff, Yellow, what did you think when you heard that? What are your thoughts?
I mean, it's just another delusional thing said at the church. One of many that said at many churches every Sunday. So, I mean, like I said, like you said, the one part that I was thinking of is that the little bit that I know, there's not too many texts that even detail ages 13 to 30. So how you even understand what 85% of his life looked like when 85% of his life wasn't even documented? You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I got a whole nother feeling about it. Nobody should be disinvested in this to even be offended by it.
But if you hang your life on this, you know what I'm saying? If Jesus is your central figure, you know what I'm saying? I can see being offended.
I know. Yeah, I know that, and that's kind of what I'm saying.
What you were saying.
Yeah, it's kind of what I'm saying. Yeah, it's kind of what I'm saying.
Hey,
no, go ahead.
Bring God up for me. I'm sorry. I just needed to see God when Jesus talked about, we don't need to be. Okay, you can come back. I just had to see God. I had to see the Most High.
I'm just saying. He probably like, look, y'all know y'all bugging at this point. Y'all know y'all bugging at this point.
I hate pastors. On God. Or is that OMG or on God? I'm not sure. I'm not as young as you. They said he spent most of his youth studying to show himself approved. What's that out of order? I'm offended by the maths. Facts. Jamal Bryant, no relation to me. Another Bryant brother, yes. Greg Bryant, Vaughn Bryant, and Jamal Bryant. Yes, I like it. There's the heathen, there's the heaven, and there's the heathen pretending to be heaven. Jamal. I like it. That's funny though. Greg Bryant, he's a Christian too. I love it. All three of y'all Christian. I love it, but y'all have such three different temperaments, demeanors. I love this. The Bryant brothers. Okay, let me quit. Let me read the comment. Jamal Bryant, no relation to me, has a track record that would make challenge anything that comes out of his mouth. I would not even trust a scripture that he quoted without reading it myself. Dang. Jesus Christ as the figure in the organized religions I can't stand with. Okay, I feel you. I'm guessing he's trying to make it more relatable, like saying just because you have been ordinary for a long time, you can still hope to do great things. Yes, and if you listen to the overall message, that's what he talks about. He talks about, I might be saying the wrong designer, but Gianni Versace, who was actually in medical school, who quit before he finished and ended up working as a window dresser. Then he went to cashier, did that for like 10 years. Then he went to work for somebody that was doing fashion. Then he started his own stuff, and then eventually ended up like being one of the biggest labels around. And at the time of this preaching, early, I can't even remember when he said. At the time this was first said, he amassed like $10 billion. So it was mostly speaking to the fact that you can do some earthly work for a long period of time, but you need to be able to shift to like the heavenly work or your father's business, that kind of thing. It was actually a pretty good message in spite of some inaccuracies. At one point he said Jesus wasn't even the oldest child, but if Mary was a virgin, he had to be the oldest child. So a lot of people talk without paying attention to what they say, as we've seen today. As we've seen today.
I don't
Go
know how
ahead.
motherfuckers got these many goddamn details about some shit that has been speculated on for years anyway. Like, how is it this much? How I understand faith, but how can you put this much confidence into any of this without actually, like, it's so many definitive statements that said surrounding this thing that I can understand why. I can perfectly see why don't nobody get along with this shit. He sitting up here shading. He shaded this. I got the wrong church up in here. Like, damn.
Ooh, I quit
You know
listening
what
to a
I'm
dude.
saying?
A pastor kept doing that. A pastor kept doing that, and I quit listening to him.
Uh-huh.
Like, there's only so
Uh-huh.
many times. Oh, y'all ain't listening to me, or I'm in the wrong place. I'm in the wrong. At some point, I'm like, no, I'm in the wrong place. Cause you gonna keep saying I'm in the wrong place. No, I'm in the wrong place.
You gotta agree. You should be agreeing with me right now. You should be. Yeah, that's crazy.
Now, he has an older brother. How does he have an older half brother, like through Joseph? But if Mary was a virgin, and I'm going with the way Christianity understands it, if Mary's a virgin, Jesus was the firstborn child, and if Joseph had children from a prior relationship, they would be half children. I mean, half brother, half brother, half sister, whatever. So I'm just curious. Yeah, they do all that shit for dramatic effect. Yeah. Wow. Still in my thoughts. Marketing sermon. But how do you make someone godly relatable to the ungodly, those born into sin? So again, it's a fucked up motivation no matter what he was trying. Damn idiot. On God. Virgin men unwed. Again, quantum. And I believe I prefaced it. I'm going with it the way Christianity accepts it. I know if you go through the Strong's Concordance and what all the she
And
wasn't
that's the
married
point.
yet when she got pregnant. Again, I'm going with the common understanding, not with some of the lesser known or understood things. I'm going with what everybody would believe if they just heard it. Hey, well, who's married? Jesus' mother. What was she? Oh, she was a virgin. They would think that she had never had sex before. That was the virgin that they're going with. So I'm going with that. I'm trying to a common framework. That's the foundation we're going with. I'm not going with any, Book of
You ain't got
Enoch,
the
no
you ain't got the
Apocrypha.
deeper understanding. Yeah, see, that's the problem. You ain't got the deeper understanding. You don't have the knowledge that you didn't decide to go dig for because you didn't go do the work. Now you don't know that virgin in that term really meant unwed, and she had been popping
Yeah.
it all the time. So yeah, no, see, you gotta
Cut
do
it
the
out.
work.
Cut it out. Could be petty.
That's wrong. No,
Could be
I ain't
petty.
being petty. I ain't being petty. I'm just repeating what I've learned. See, I'm just repeating what I've learned. You haven't done the work. You don't
Oh
know.
shoot.
You don't know about the lost books of the Bible. You don't know about the ones that was hidden under the rocks by the people that wanted to keep you oppressed. You don't know about that. You don't know about that one.
So then these single baby mamas are virgins. Black women are winning. So I'm a virgin. Listen, I can't stand y'all. I can't stand y'all playing around. See what you did, Quantum? See now, look, everybody getting all confused. Everybody's a virgin. Yella wants to be beautiful and rich like Kiki Palmer. I wish I had started that comment. I
Who said?
wish I
I
had
didn't say
started that
that.
comment.
I
Nah,
said
Rico.
Yella said that. I'm gonna say.
I meant Rico. I meant Rico. If I said Yella, I meant Rico. I know what?
I
What?
want to be a bad bitch, man.
See? Oh shoot. But listen. Alright. Now listen, because I structured this, I expected to be monologuing, but we got Yella here, so it's gonna be awkward. Yeah, you said that and Rico agreed, which means he said that. If he agreed with you that he also, because he said, me too. Me too. I too want to be beautiful and rich. Like Kiki. You know what I'm saying? I ain't don't take that away from me. Hey, do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Be the virgin. Let's start a pot. According to the definition, a man can't be a virgin. So was Jesus. I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's the thing. One is not to question what's written. Facts. You're not supposed to question. Don't be questioning God. Which is why he started his whole thing with that point. He was like, at the risk of being heretical. Jesus was 85% out of order.
Then you can't have, so you can't have an opinion. You can't have an opinion that clearly, you can't have an opinion about something that's been told to be from your own interpretation. You can't
You
have
gave
your
it
own
away.
opinion about something. Oh, what?
You
Hold
gave
on.
that away in there. No, don't be doing that. Don't be doing that. Don't be doing that. Don't be doing that. You gave that away. You gave it away in there. I did not take it. I don't take anything, especially that. I don't take that. It must be given. Mrs. She said, if that, I'm too inquisitive to not go research and seek. People just sit and listen to pastors. Facts. A lot of people do that. A lot of people do that. Fact. That's a problem. Got a question, fellas. Well, maybe 3. Go ahead and drop them. It was definitely heresy. Definitely. It's tough. It's tough.
So what do he get for heresy then? What's the
I'm gonna
punishment
say
for heresy?
because he said he was called and he was chosen, which according to the Bible understanding is correct. He said he was wrong, which I have a problem with that word. I would use that word, but that's me as a non-Christian who doesn't believe in that. But as a Christian, if you accept the doctrine as commonly practiced, he could not have possibly been wrong. And then out of order that's a conversation. Out of order would imply that there was some order, a procession that things are supposed to progress in. And that he knows what the right progression is, but that Jesus did not. And that's a weighty supposition. I know the way the salvation and the Messiah, the Messiah, I know the way he should have progressed, but Jesus didn't. I mean, he turned water into wine and he healed the sick and raised the dead, but he didn't know what he was supposed to do. I know. Now I know, but he didn't. So that's interesting. Y'all ever seen a day when it was raining and sunny? What do people say about days like that? The devil's beating his wife. Devil's beating his wife is what they say around me. My parts. What about you, Yellow?
What is it? God tears or something? Some stupid shit like that. I don't know. Some version of that. Yeah.
I mean, is it possible to be a human and be 100%? Like, what age are we deciding to count? 13? That's what I call it, too. Okay. Jamal just know how to hit holes and nerves. Yeah, I mean, pastors be hitting a lot of holes. That's definitely the truth.
The devil beating his wife. Yeah, I ain't never.
Yeah, my grandma told me that one. Yeah. I've heard something else, but I've heard it like maybe twice. But I don't know what it is. It's not coming back to me. The devil beating his wife is the only one I remember. And when it was storming, be quiet because God's doing his work. I'm like, anyway. But kids and Christians, y'all be saying the darndest things. Kids and Christians be saying the darndest things. I don't know any other term either.
Y'all seem to have been like, I don't want to say abused. I don't want to say abused.
Go ahead, say it. Say it with your chest.
Man, I think we need a round of hugs for y'all. Because y'all got like some really kind of shitty kind of deals with this whole religious thing, spiritual thing, Christianity coming up. Y'all seem oppressed by the shit. This is fun as the whole non-believer. I don't see it as fun in none of this. So because everybody sitting up here talking about how they was damaged by this and church did this and religion did that, and I don't.
Okay.
I'll sit on my non-believer bench and watch y'all.
And watch from the corner.
Yeah.
All right, so my first point, because again, he said he was called, he was chosen, he was wrong, and he said out of order. So my point 1 is to ask the question, what was Jesus called to do? because he said he was called and he was chosen. So first you'd have to establish if he was out of order and wrong about his calling or what he was chosen to do. You'd have to know what he was called and chosen to do, right? You'd have to establish, well, what was he supposed to do? If you're going to say, hey, you didn't do what you were supposed to do, well, what was he supposed to do? So I would start. For one of you quick finger question, that might not sound too good. He won't take it away. If one of y'all want to copy and paste John 3:16 and drop that in the chat. If one of y'all could copy and paste John 3:16 and throw it. This is gonna be interactive. We're gonna try to, we got to yell up here. I'm gonna try to Rashawn log a little bit and try to, we're gonna try to work together on this.
I can tell you what Austin 3:16 means. I just whipped your ass. Oh.
Many Christians will tell you it's not supposed to be fun. Some will. Church became not fun when I grew up. Yeah. I don't even know how to look it up. Oh, Rico. Oh, you don't know how to look up a Bible verse? See, that's terrible. See? Boomer. For sure. Okay, Boomer. John 3:16. For God so loved the world. I remember this one got beat into your head. It was on every track and pamphlet. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. He gave his one and only son. Only begotten is in King James. For whosoever should believe in him should not perish but have everlasting life. That's my version, KJV. But I'm going to read Quantums. For this is how God loved the world. He gave this one and only son, so that everyone who believes in him will not perish but have everlasting life. God loves you so much that he sent his son, Jesus Christ, to be born on earth and die on a cross. For God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believed it in him, should not perish but have everlasting life. So we read it a couple different ways. And in there, what he was chosen to do was be a savior. He was the Messiah, the Messiah. That was his role. That's what he was chosen to do. He was called to do that, to live, to die. He did that. To have the power over death, he had to be resurrected. So he paid the wages of sin. And he resurrected. So he was able to overcome death. So he had that power. So he fulfilled his calling. I can't stand yellow. That's his scripture. That is his scripture. Excuse me. The path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. Blessed is he who in the name of charity and goodwill shepherds the weak through the valley of darkness. For he is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children. And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to poison and destroy my brothers. And you will know I am the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon you. Okay. All right, cool. All right, cool. Excuse me. So he did what he was called to do. He was born, he lived, he died, he resurrected. Boom, bam, bing. Everybody's sins. So that's what he was called to do. So if he did that, just factually, he couldn't be wrong. And he couldn't be out of order. He couldn't be wrong. And he couldn't be out of order. Because that's the call. That's what he was chosen to do. So that's the first problem. That's the first problem with Jamal Bryant. What I believe he did, his first error, his first mistake, Pastor Jamal Bryant, what I believe he did was believed that Jesus' ministry on earth was his calling. That wasn't what he was chosen for. That wasn't his calling. That was a part of the process. And I'm gonna, did I download that clip? I didn't download that clip. Ooh, did I make a note for it? Man, because I got a lot in here. We're going to be here for a minute. So again, if y'all tap out, tap back in, that's cool. I ain't tripping because I wrote a lot. I'm going to read Romans chapter 8, verses 3 and 4 in the King James. For what the law could not do, in that it was weak through the flesh, God sending his own Son in the likeness of sinful flesh, and for sin, condemned sin in the flesh, that the righteousness of the law might be fulfilled in us, who walk not after the flesh, but after the Spirit. So again, even in Romans, they talked about that. God's calling, what he was chosen to do, was come through and take on the sinful nature of the flesh, so that he could die, be resurrected, all that good stuff, so that the righteousness of the law might be fulfilled in us who walk not after the flesh, but after his Spirit. Not me, but y'all. Not me, y'all. I'm not a Christian. My bad. Many are called, but few are chosen. My bad. I want to make sure. I said us. I'm not a us's. I'm a them's. I'm a heathen. To save humanity by his sacrifice, which came at the cross. His resurrection is where the power lies. Overcoming death. That was an important piece. Paying the wage and overcoming the wage master. That was 3 days tops. It took no more than 3 days. We argue on it taking less than 3 days because Jewish days are 12 hours and whatever. There's lots of debate. But at most it was 3 days. We think it was less. I mean, some people. But again, I'm doing that quantum thing. I've read more, studied more. Let's say we want to take it at the commonly accepted has been 3 days. So even by Jamal Bryant's logic, the only part that he was called to do in his life was 3 days out of 33 years. So if he was out of order doing anything other than what he was called to do, that means Jesus was out of order 99.99% of the time. Like a paternity test on Maury. He was out of order that much because only 3 days was his call. Only 3 days was what he was chosen to do. That's all it took. That's how out of order Jesus would have to be if we did the real math on what he was called to do. So first you have to know what the person was called to do before you can qualify if they did it. If they did it, sure. How long did it take them to do it? 3 days. Not 3 years. Not 5 years. So if Jesus was out of order, which I've already said he's not, the math is still not mathing. The math still ain't mathing. My point 2, and this is a very short point. Point 3 is going to be extremely long, but point 2 is short. How could he be wrong if he was righteous before God? He was even like Von Bryant, one of the 3 Bryant brothers. He was even found doing his father's business at age 12 and teaching in the temple and asking questions of the doctors there. How was he wrong when he developed, in his spiritual and his physical, his emotional and his mental power, so that when we do see him start his ministry, when it starts with a 40-day fast and a temptation of the devil, he's able to sustain himself through a 40-day fast, which many of us could not do that cold turkey. He did not become arrogant from the fame and notoriety during his ministry. And he was able to outmaneuver everybody that was trying to kill him because they didn't like what he was saying and doing. Up until the point of his crucifixion. Because he escaped death a few times. So he had developed mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally to cope with all this. He had developed in every capacity to be on the extreme end of what humans are even capable of. So how could he possibly be wrong if he was developing the entire time from the age of 12? And we have to assume he was still developing from the age of 12 to 30 because when we see him emerge, he's able to complete a 40-day fast, which means he had been practicing fasting for some time. You don't just do that cold turkey. But what about all of his teachings from a child and all of the miracles that he performed throughout his walk? Was he not fulfilling his purpose? I would say he would have to be, and we're going to speak to that. Because we're about to talk about the last thing. The out of order. The out of order, and this is the biggest thing for me. Because the biggest thing for me, the out of order is because he the arrogance to believe that you know what the order is. It's just so arrogant. It's just so arrogant. But let me ask you, was there anything that you wanted to say, like anything that caught your ear or something?
Man, keep cooking with that one, bro. I swear it's that I think that's what my thing is that air of arrogance with this possession of knowledge. Because I don't want to take away from somebody actually studying and feeling like they put in the work to learn some shit. But understand that whatever you're studying in this capacity is with a grain of possibly not being true. It's all faith. I was just having this conversation. Knowledge can't be that strong within faith because it negates faith. Knowledge implies fact that takes away from faith. Faith is the belief in the unseen. It can't be knowledge, it can't be fact if it's unseen, if it's unproven. I can respect the faith, but don't try to attach so much fact to it. I think that gives I think understanding for me, I would look at it, if this is what I believe, I would fall in love with the infinite possibilities of faith. If this is what I would indulge with, I would expand myself beyond any amount of structure belief. So I understand like certain spiritual things, but I couldn't say that I know anything, because that automatically stops me from learning anything else on certain shit. You know what I'm saying? The second you feel like you know something, the second you feel like you've learned something is the second that something you don't know has been created. You know what I'm saying? The second you claim knowledge is the second that something you don't know has become available. And that's where we fail, because we want to stop at what we know and become biased with what we know, instead of using the what we know to be the bridge to the next thing we learn.
Nah,
That's my one smart thing for the day.
Stop it. Nah, that's dope. Nah, that's really important. Much wisdom I'm hearing and reading. Much respect. Facts. So, if it can be said that GC was out of order, then it's a loophole to also function in that likeness. It would be a problem if you could honestly believe that Jesus was out of order and you followed him. That means your entire faith was out of order. Like it's a weird thing. So like you build in a flaw. You build in a flaw to your entire faith system. It would be strange for me to get up and preach about a God that I thought was wrong and out of order. It doesn't make any sense. There's no value to starting something and believing in something and hinging your life on something that's wrong and out of order. That would be what a crazy person might do. If you know and believe that it's wrong and out of order, how could you then tell other people to do it? Hey, listen, I need you to walk this way. You walk this way, you're going to get your legs broken because there's a pothole. You're going to fall down. You're probably going to get your legs broken. Maybe your back snap. It's wrong, but I'm going to tell you to do it anyway. Why would you do that? You'd have to be evil to do something like that. So if you honestly believe it, so I know he can't believe what he's saying because it wouldn't make any sense. To teach other people to do something that you know is wrong and out of order, that's a problem. Hellenism did that, I guess. Okay.
But isn't that the pattern that's accepted by most churches or religions or shit like that? Is that they lean into trying to accept the redemption story, basically. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that part makes sense. Like it seems to be this like the idea of the testimony, or the story that God brought them out of this. It's the emphasized stories are the ones that went through the horrible shit and then come out better at the end. And that's kind of seems like right. That kind of seems like already the arc of the Christian. It's like, yeah, you could make all of these mistakes. Like that kind of go back to the whole what is it? Repentance thing. That kind of goes back to that. If he was living like that, and the idea, if he was living out of order, but then you include this idea of repentance, which means at the end of all of it, no matter what you did, no matter how out of order you were, you're still forgiven for your actions and transgression.
Yeah.
So in a sense, I can kind of see that being the case, because every practice set up behind that is to ensure that the people who were out of order for most of their life get it together at the end.
Facts. The issue though is that you can't apply that to something that's you can't apply that. I'm trying to think of a good analogy. Who's somebody that's never been a heel? Somebody has always been a baby face. Somebody
John
always
Cena.
been a face in wrestling. John Cena.
Let's take John Cena.
Yeah, so if somebody was talking about they're going to create a wrestling company and they're talking about the story of it and they have John Cena, but then they all of a sudden they say, well, you know what? You remember that time where John Cena turned heel, but then he went face again? You'd be like, that don't make sense because John Cena was always a face. Like, you know what I'm saying? It wouldn't. You disrupt the continuity. You're retconning. So part of Jesus's path is that the fact that he could have been a heel, but never did. That was the power. He took all of the same humanness. He took all of our humanity and flaws and sin. He took all of that on and could have been a heel. He got betrayed a million times and he could have been a heel. Everything happened to him. People were chasing him, trying to kill. Could have been a heel. Never turned heel.
So
he stayed a face.
Okay. Let me. I gave you a wrong person, but here I gave you a wrong person because he was a heel beginning.
Heel one. Got you.
And I think that's a better example because that's what I'm hearing. And that's what I'm hearing from the idea of like. Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
All right, we back. I know I lagged off for a second. Yeah, we good. All right. Yeah. He was a heel to begin with, which means he was out of order to begin with, and that's kind of the idea that I'm hearing right here. Is that 85% was in the beginning, but whatever that 15% of him in order was at the end, was all at the tail end, right?
Yeah.
So like John Cena started off as a heel out of order, but once he became a good guy, he never went back to that, and that's what I see. That's what I see it as Jesus that I'm hearing described in the situation. Like he was a heel up to a point, but once he turned face, once he became a good guy, he didn't go back to that. And that's ultimately how he finished out the story.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. That's not the same. It's not perfect with Jesus because the whole point of Jesus, the only way he could be the savior is he was the unblemished lamb. He was the unblemished sacrifice. So he never turned into the heel. That's the thing. So if you have if you have the whole unblemished sacrifice, which is the only way God could accept it as an atonement,
right.
The only way you could accept it as payment, he could never be the heel. So when you add in, he was wrong and out of order, well then no longer he's blemished. Okay, so now the power stripped. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's like going out in a white outfit, but you got the big spot on it. Like everybody's gonna look at you funny. So it would be weird to continue thinking your outfit was fly when you got the big spot on the white outfit. You know what I'm saying? So it's weird. It's weird.
Right,
so I mean, the fact that he would even bake that in.
Right. His story is not supposed to be one of redemption. It's supposed to be one of purity from start to finish, basically. The best from the beginning to the end. Right. I got you. All right.
His purity becomes everybody else's redemption. Right. His purity is what redeems everybody else. It's the Superman. I have enough coverage. Like we talked about that the other day. I have enough coverage to save everybody. As opposed to everybody having to figure it out for themselves. I've got enough coverage. I can fly faster. I can move around. I can save everybody. But I've got to stay Boy Scout. I've got to stay Boy Scout. Like the way he lived. I know we talked about the whole thing at the end, but not that part. He's a sacrificial lamb. Right. But to be enough, to have enough coverage to save everybody, he had to be unblemished to save everybody. He couldn't be just like one of us. Because then it would have been saving itself if he had got salvation or whatever. It's a weird thing, but it's a distinction that needs to be made. Because if you make him wrong and out of order, then he's just like everybody else. Then anybody could have been a sacrificial lamb, or he couldn't have been one or the other.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. So let me see. Point 3, man. Point 3. Now I got a lot on this one. I need to know, everybody here. You too, Yellow. How did everyone here hear about Jesus Christ? Were you born with the knowledge, knowing the name? Or did you see it, hear it? How did you learn that? How did you learn those words? But God commanded his love toward us in that while we were yet sinners, Christ died for us. How did you hear about the name Jesus? Church growing up? Same. You remember where you first heard the name Jesus, Yellow? Was it on the street? Was it a street preacher? Somebody in the family?
Somebody doing so fun preaching. No,
My family.
damn, let me see. Because believe it or not, y'all, I was telling somebody the other day, my family did grow up Catholic. So
Okay.
I don't think we really heard too much about Jesus. Because I know that's more or less God focused kind of thing. So, but it wasn't even there. I don't know. It might have been on TV. I don't know.
Okay.
My granny used to
That's
go
cool.
to church all the time, so I probably heard
Yeah.
from her. You know what
That's
I'm
what's
saying?
up.
But yeah.
And it was probably my granny, and she's the one that had us in church. It was my grandmother. So
Did she
all of
have
us
that
heard
picture?
about it.
Did she have that picture up there?
Nah,
She ain't had a picture.
nah. I had my great grandmother. My great grandmother had all of the things. The big giant Bible, the picture, the crosses. My great grandmother, bizarre.
Yeah, cause you got the big cross, the picture of
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, and like the picture of Martin Luther King, and
Yep.
now Obama got added to that
Yep.
that Holy Trinity too. So
Man.
shout out to the grannies with the pictures on the wall, the aunties with the pictures on the wall.
All of them. That's what's up. Yeah, man. But I'm asking that because were any of them alive when Jesus was? Faith comes by hearing and hearing by the word of God. But how can they bear unless there be a preacher? And how can he preach unless he had been sent? Vaughn's on to me. Vaughn's on to me. Vaughn's on to me.
I feel like
Vaughn's
this.
on to me.
I'm pretty sure my granny was alive when he was, because she was old when I met her. And she was that old where she didn't progressively get old. She just stayed old the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
So I can believe.
Good. So Jesus, the knowledge of Jesus would have had to been disseminated. It would have had to been passed down. And they weren't doing a lot of writing at that time. I mean, some people were, but Jesus was not. But we would have had to gotten the information. And he knew he was dying. That was his role. He was called and chosen to die. Which means you need to get what you've done. If I'm paying the price for somebody, if I'm paying the price for somebody, and I'm leaving tickets at will call, or I'm paying something off, you need to notify them. Hey, listen, I paid this debt for you. They need to be notified. But I'm not going to be alive long enough to tell all these people. So what are you going to need? You're going to need a way to get that information to them. You're going to need a way to get the information to them. You're going to need people. Even if somebody writes it down, you're going to need people to make sure that the writings stay around in circulation to get passed out. You're going to need people. And if he had just been born and then died immediately and resurrected in 3 days, how would he accomplish that? We all got sitting here and will also die. We all did.
Yeah.
We'll also die. So my question is, his labor. Not my question. This is I'm making a statement. His labor and his years gave him the authority that when he went and spoke to other men, established men, strong men, ambitious men of various classes, various economic circles, he was able to recruit them to his cause. And I'm going to make an argument that somebody here is either going to laugh at or cuss me out about. Jesus was a high value man. Jesus was a high value man and needed to be. So Kevin Samuels, of course, gave us the 6 points of what a high value man is.
Come on, Lee.
So Jesus the first one, you gotta make that money. You gotta be 6 figures, right? Jesus developed enough so that he and they say in the 30s and the 40s, right? You don't hit your financial stride to the 30s and the 40s. He hit 30 and hit his stride. Hit his stride. Amen. So first thing is making money. You gotta earn them. You gotta earn a minimum of 10,000 per month. This man was able to, through his resources and resourcefulness, house and feed and travel 13 men. That 13 including himself, plus any other people. If you were able to house, what does Kevin Samuel say? Just for a family of 4 or 5, you got to have at least 150,000, 250,000, depending on what city. Relatively speaking, he was able to house, feed, and take care of the travel expenses through his resourcefulness, even to the point that he made a fish cough up money. A fish coughed up money to pay his taxes. When they were talking about rendering to Caesar what is due to Caesar. So a fish can cough up money for this guy. He had the value that he could create enough to take care of at least 13 people on a continual basis for 3 full years. Which goes into the next point that Kevin Samuel said, is that you have to maintain consistent success. You have to maintain that ability to provide for 3 to 5 years, which he did. Next point, you have to have group acceptance. Jesus was recognized by other valuable men. He was able to recruit them, fishermen, tax collectors, the physician, and women of various social circles. So he had the group acceptance. He had the strong network. He had the core 12 and some additionals that were able to spread his message. Peter was the rock that the church will be built upon. All of these people who passed on and learned and I guess credited with writing these gospels. Visibility. He had a career that people understand and recognize. Multitudes of people followed him. They surrounded him. I don't know how much time was in between, but this dude was known. They flocked to see him. He had visibility. He was LinkedIn level. And his utility. He helped other people out. Whether that's your family, friends, or company. He didn't just help just his family and his friends and the company. He was the savior of all mankind. There is no more utility than the salvation of everybody's immortal soul. So he completed, in my opinion, all the requirements to be a high value man. Which takes time to develop, even according to Kevin Samuels. It takes time. And he did it by 30. He did it by 30. He had it done by 30. And Peter was about that life. And just imagine, he had to deal with all those, like everybody credits Coach Phil Jackson with being able to corral all these superstars with all these egos. Jesus did the same thing. He was able to get other alphas to fall in line under him. A man that would just cut off somebody's ear because you rolled up on him. Follow Jesus. You know what I'm saying? So there's levels to this. Now I'm not sure how his past, how those 30 years could not have been in order and in service to what his mission was. Because it was all necessary. All the pieces matter. In 1 Peter 5, chapter 5, verse 6, it says, "Humble yourselves, therefore, under the mighty hand of God, that he may exalt you in due time." Exalt you in due time. The other time is not out of order, but there's going to be a time for you to be exalted. Verse 10, it says, "But the grace of all God, who hath called us unto his eternal glory by Christ Jesus, after that ye have suffered a while." So that suffering time, that suffering a while, it might look like you're wrong. It might look like you're out of order because you're suffering. People might look at you and mistake that for you must have been doing something wrong. You can't have been, God must not be blessing you. His hand of protection and favor must not be on you. It could be a number of things that can go through other people's mind, like Jamal Bryant, who wasn't even there. Wasn't there. But what it says though, after ye have suffered a while, it will make you perfect, establish and strengthen and settle you. Make you perfect. Make you perfect. So after you've suffered a while, after you've gone through what you're supposed to go through, those ordered steps will make you perfect. So that thing that you'll be judged on for being wrong, that thing that you'll be judged on for being out of order is exactly what's necessary to get you where you're supposed to be. Because you can't do it alone. You can't do it without the 12. You can't do it without whatever group of people that you're going to need in your life. And that's going to make you, you're going to need to develop in a specific way so that you can relate. So you can't be out here like information man. You cannot be out here like that. You're not going to get your 12 like that, which means you're not going to fulfill your purpose like that. You have to show up in a way that people can listen to you and respect you and want to follow you, want to put in work with you. You have to be of a certain type and temperament. Your life is going to have to be ordered in a specific way to get you to that place. Otherwise, you're going to be arrogant. Otherwise, you're going to be useless. Otherwise, you're going to be like that tree that produced no fruit that Jesus cursed because you put on the presentation of productivity, but when you walk up to it, there's nothing there. You can't feed anybody because it's empty. It's bare. Stop it. So, I didn't bring in the clip. Let me bring this clip. It's a really short one. This one's a really short one. It's so short. I wish I had just had it already, but I didn't. Did I download it? I didn't even download it. Oh, I'm tripping. My bad, y'all. My bad.
Right.
I may as well just say it because now I'm wasting time. Let me download these other ones. I gotta download these other ones real quick.
Trash.
Yeah. Forget you. My bad. Yeah, my bad. Let me download that one. I think there was another one. Is that the only one?
I mean, this is some shameful shit.
Forget you, man. Forget you. Hey, stand you, man. Forget you. No, there is another one. Where is it? Oh shoot. Is that it?
You know who you letting down right now?
Jesus Christ.
I can't stand you. Did I already download it? I don't think I downloaded it. Oh Jesus. Jesus Christ. Okay, that's it right there. Okay, that's it. I got one more. All right. I just want to make sure I have everything so when next time I'll be ready. My bad. Woo. That's got to be it. Yeah, that's it. Ninjas. My bad, man. My bad. I just want to get all these videos. I forgot to download them. That's all. They play better when they're downloaded. That's all. My bad. All right, cool. I think I'm ready. So now me pull in the video file. So the reason he had to develop is because of this principle. Oh, it's not even loading in. What? There we go.
You have to learn to follow before you can lead, Mr. Miles.
You have to learn to follow before you can lead. He needed that development time. He needed that time to grow. And I want to talk to you a little bit about stature, growth, and development, but I want to see if Yella got something you want to jump in with other than my clips to shame me. Jerk.
You finna talk about growth and development, GD? Oh, that's it. I just heard growth and development. That's
GD. That part. Yeah, you got to learn to follow before you can lead. So that order is necessary. Drumline, yeah, Drumline. Listen, me and my nephew watched Drumline. I promise you, so many times. We went through 8 discs. At the end, we only had 3 of them. Because we played them in them CD players so much that the first 5 were all skipped up and scratched out. So yeah, a lot of wisdom in that movie.
Now the one, look, the one bit of wisdom that somebody didn't listen to was that part with he went to go see his daddy at the train station. I ain't gonna have no whole bunch of kids running around here like you do.
He did not listen. He did not listen.
He didn't even take his own advice.
Man, he didn't. He messed up, man. He messed up. But in talking about growth and development, because we're talking about the stature that the order. You don't bear fruit without first becoming a tree. The time to grow and develop is a part of the order. So when the story of Jesus at 12 happened, when he was in the temple, asking questions, and they said he understood doctors and they were amazed at his understanding, His family found him after 3 days. And the verses that follow said, and when they saw him, they were amazed. And his mother said unto him, Son, why hast thou thus dealt with us? Why you treat us like this? Behold, thy father and I have sought thee sorrowing. We were looking for you sad. We were searching for you, like your name was Carly. And he said unto them, how is it? I know that was wrong time to do that. My bad. How is it that ye sought me? This is what Jesus said. How is it that ye sought me? Why was you looking for me? Wist ye not that I must be about my father's business? Don't you know I gotta be about my father's business? Not my earthly father, my heavenly father. So even at 12, he was about his father's business. So let's assume then that for the first 12 years plus the last 3 years, the first 3 plus the last 12, that's 15 years at least that he had to be in order. So back to the math again. 15 out of 33. He couldn't have been more than 55% out of order, because the first 12 and the final 3 all had to be in order, because he was about his father's business, and we got the scripture that tells us that. It goes on to say, again, Luke 2, and Jesus increased in wisdom and stature and favor with God and man. That's important. He had to become wise enough to handle what his task was. Stature, he had to be physically capable of handling his task. And in favor with God and man, he needed everything that God could do for him to accomplish his mission. And man, he had to work with people. He had to develop. He had to become a high value man to do and accomplish what he did. That was an important piece of it. The Bible wouldn't have included that if there was just nothing to it. He had to grow. He had to develop. That's a part of the order. That's a part of the process. So stature is something important. Favoring with God and man, that was important. He had to matriculate. He had to unlock achievements, as we say in the video game world. He had to climb the corporate ladder, so to speak. He had to get where he needed to go. Mark 6, verse 3. It says, is not this the carpenter? There's more to the verse, but I'm leaving it there. Is not this the carpenter? Because they were questioning, isn't that boy? Isn't that? The Greek word is tekton. The Greek word is tekton. Said to be a woodworker, joiner, builder, craftsman, or workman. But it has the exact same root as the word technician. That tekton is the same root that the word technician is derived from. So Jesus was a technician. He was somebody that was skilled and capable. So he had to develop that level of competence. In Ephesians 4, verse 11 through 16, there is some analogy. There's some analogy here that I found very interesting. The language was very interesting. So think about a craftsman, think about a woodworker, think about a builder, and think about a technician. When you hear these words, and I'm going to point them out. I'll do a hand or something as some of this language in the Ephesians, because I think it's what they call it, an allusion, and like ALL, an allusion, like it's alluding to something. Ephesians chapter 4, verses 11 through 16. And he gave some apostles, and some prophets, and some evangelists, and some pastors and teachers for the perfecting, because that's a craftsman term too, perfecting of the saints, for the work of the ministry, for the edifying of the body of Christ, till we all come in the unity, and again a joiner, the unity of the faith, and of the knowledge of the Son of God, unto a perfect man, unto the measure of the stature of the fullness of Christ, that we henceforth be no more children, tossed to and fro and carried about with every wind of doctrine, by the sleight of men and cunning craftiness, whereby they lie in wait to deceive, but speaking the truth in love, may grow unto him in all things, which is the head, even Christ, from whom the whole body fitly joined together, again a joiner, joined together and compacted by that which every joint, and there's joints in and when we put there are joints and joists, supplier, according to the effectual working in the measure of every part, People that are craftsmen will tell you, measure twice, cut once. Measure of every part marketh increase of the body unto the edifying of itself in love. So what I loved about that was all of that language that went back to craftsmanship, that went back to workmanship, that went back to being a builder, that went back to being a joiner. I love how all of that fit when it talked about Jesus and what he was doing for the body and its growth and its stature. All of that stuff is kind of like a, what's that word? I almost said the wrong word. Fractal. Like all of these things, there's different levels of things, and in each one they kind of point to the next one. They all look alike, but even though we may not recognize it. In 1 Corinthians 10:31, I'm going to switch it up a little bit. 1 Corinthians 10:31, it says, whether therefore ye eat or drink or whatsoever ye do, do all to the glory of God. So anything and everything that he could have done, he could have been doing it to the glory. So the entire 100%, whether he was catching crickets or kicking rocks, can be done to the glory of God. So how can somebody 2,000 years later come and tell Jesus and God how they got the order messed up? How, Sway? You ain't got the answers. It's weird to me that he would even say that. Whatever you do, do in the order of the glory of God, including eating and drinking, which Jesus was known for, which is something I've always loved. I've always loved this part as a fat boy. I've always loved this part. So Yella, you might be able to rock with this part. We go into Matthew 11, verses 16 through 19. But whereunto shall I liken this generation? It is like unto children sitting in the markets and calling unto their fellows and saying, we have piped unto you, and ye have not danced. Now, there's going to be two parts of this. We have piped unto you, and you have not danced. We played the music, and ain't nobody danced. We have mourned unto you, and ye have not lamented. We cried, and you didn't cry with us. For John the Baptist, came neither eating nor drinking. He wasn't eating nor drinking. He wasn't feasting or partying. And they say he had the devil. So this dude was a straight lace. He was a straight arrow. John the Baptist was straight, vegan, clean as a whistle. They said he had a devil. But the Son of Man, Jesus, eating and drinking, he partied, he feasted. And they say, behold, a man, gluttonous, and a wine bibber. So he was a critical drinker. A friend of publicans, which were tax collectors, or what we would call them sellouts, because they were collecting taxes for the Romans, and sinners. But wisdom is justified of her children. So just going over those verses again real quick. They're saying that people will say, we played the music and you didn't dance. So we were happy you wasn't with us. We were sad you wasn't with us. John the Baptist was straight. He was a straight arrow, straight lace. You didn't like him. Jesus hung out. You didn't like him. Now, my Christians can forgive me when I say what they're saying is damned if you do, damned if you don't. No matter how you live, the people will have something to say about it. They're never going to be happy. But what I liked about it as the fat boy, Jesus, listen, they thought he was a gluttonous. They thought he ate too much. And he was a wine bibber. They thought he drank too much. I'm like, cool. He was out there. He was outside. And I like it. I love it. And I thought Jesus could rock with that. And he hung out with people that nobody thought he should hang out with. He hung out with people that they call sellouts. Because why are you collecting money for the Romans? That's not your people. Them ain't your people. Why are you going to take money for the Romans? They're oppressing us. And then the sinners. He was out there with people that wasn't doing everything that they thought. But it's that last verse. But wisdom is justified of her children. That's another turn of phrase to say something like judge them by their fruit. If it's the right thing to do, you'll know by what comes out of it. What it produces. The children. What it produces. When the children are brought forth, when the fruit grows, you'll know the quality of the tree that it came from. So you'll know if Jesus' fruit was good, what children did it bear? So I like that. Let me see.
Sound like Jesus knew how to pair, you know what I'm saying, some fish with a good wine, man. You know what I'm saying?
There you go. There you go. He knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing. And what's up? We got Greg Bryan. We got another Bryan brother in the building. Hello. Blessed be the fruits. Yes. Can't do shit right for people. That's why I say, fuck people. That's what's up. But I brought that up to tie back into the stature. The stature. This was a 30-year-old man. He was roaming around ancient cities, not the cities like we know them today, and out into the countrysides, a little bit into some wildernesses. In the 3 years that people knew of him, that they publicized what he did, he was out here eating like a truck driver. They said he was a glutton and a wine bibber. He was just eating whatever. He was just eating and drinking and walking around all the time like a homeless dude. He had to, as a matter of pure practicality, to prepare for the lifestyle that he was going to endure, have to start out in amazing shape. There's no way that a man that started out with a 40-day fast could also then walk around for 3 years and everybody think he's a drunk and a glutton. But go ahead, I see you, Yellow. I see what
to be fair, everybody walked around. You didn't really hear about too many fat people around that time.
But again,
everybody was kind of walking.
Yeah, everybody was walking or riding. They had animals too that they rode. But to walk around and everybody to mistake you for a glutton and a wine bibber, everybody think you're a fat drunk, and you know what I'm
saying? Yeah, that's a good way to. It's a good way to keep that excess. If you do eat too much and drink, walk, go exercise.
So do you and have fun doing it. Always in gratitude. That's what people say. Always giving praises, especially in the workings of arts, crafts, as Christ. So I believe that he had to physically prepare for the lifestyle that he was going to be a part of. He couldn't be in normal shape because he had to go through extreme circumstances. He couldn't be calm. He had to be under duress a lot of times during that 3 years. They had to get up and run sometimes. There was a lot of things he had to do that the average person probably wouldn't have had to done. So his life had to prepare him even for the physical stature, the physical strain of the life he was going to lead. So that's the thing.
Yeah, that's
another verse.
I was gonna say real quick. That's how a lot of these athletes are. Like a lot of these athletes are, their bodies is in so much shape, so good shape that they can go out the night before and go to the club and drink and stay up till 5, 6 in the morning and then go compete the next day. You know what I'm saying? Because they done built, like you said, they done built their body up for the endurance of what they gonna put it through. So now you're 100% right on that one, bro.
Yeah. So all of this stuff mattered. All of it mattered. His entire life before them 3 years mattered. The Bible also talked about that the called, because Jamal Bryant said the called and the chosen, they are ordered. Romans 8:28-30 says, and we know that all things work together for the good to them that love God, to them who are called according to his purpose, for whom he did foreknow. He also did predestinate. He ordered to be conformed to the image of his son, not he might be the firstborn among many brethren. Moreover, whom he did predestinate, them he also called. Those who he ordered, he also called. And whom he called, them he also justified. So they were right, justified, just, right. And whom he justified, them he also glorified. So again, everything he said, according to scripture, had to be incorrect. Even outside of the Bible, because I had this theory. I have this working theory. And it's biblically based. All my theories a lot of stuff is like observational or biblical based or philosophy based. But I have this theory. I said it on Yellow's panel one time. It wasn't me. It was actually Brown Liquor Rashawn. Brown Liquor Rashawn was on Yellow's panel one time. The first time Brown Liquor Rashawn showed up, I had this theory. And I told it to 100 watts. And he hated it. He basically rebuked it as soon as he heard it. But I think we're all perfect. Or to say it, I know that sounds crazy. But to say it more precisely, we're flawed by design. Like not good, not bad, not a moral judgment, or social value. I'm talking about the strange complexity of our universe and our existence. Although there is a great catastrophe in our existence, much of it is of our own doing. The flaws I think our flaws allow for existence. Free will, as we accept it, as we understand free will, it requires the ability to believe. All things work together for my good is used as declaration affirmation. I want to meet Brown Liquor Sean. That's what's up. Stop through. Hey, appreciate you, Army Vet. We are currently in this portion of the stream. We are doing like this Bible study. There was a preacher who said Jesus' life was 85% out of order, and I am giving my arguments against that. But I appreciate you for coming through. Appreciate you. Free will requires belief. The way we conceive of free will, it requires belief. There are so many intangibles baked into our mental stability that it mostly happens on autopilot. Like our bodies, they're mostly running themselves. The thing you think you are is not in complete control. The little control you do have, you mess up more often than you don't. This has to be part of the design. Because if you wanted true perfection, you would make something that does not change. Because if you change from a perfect state, it's no longer perfect. So perfection would have to be unchanging. And we change all the time. A constant state of perfection. But we evolve. We change. We grow. So our perfection isn't based in its being in a flawless state perpetually, but by persisting in a state that is meant to prevent flawlessness, but requires continuance. What do you have more attachment towards? And I'll ask you, Yellow. What would you have more attachment, a more emotional attachment to? Not excitement, not what excites you, but tell me what you're more attached to. Would you be more break me out the plastic? Or are you more attached to something that's well used, that has flaws, but it still serves its purposes well beyond the expectations?
You lagged up. You said, okay, you said...
Right. What do you have more attachment to? Not excitement, but what do you have more emotional attachment to? A brand new item in plastic, or something that is well used, that has flaws, but still serves its purposes well beyond expectations?
Oh yeah, everybody got that. Everybody got that something that they've had for a couple of years or for a while that fits the job perfectly. Like whether it's some house shoes, a hoodie, you know what I'm saying? Like a tool or something like that. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Because it might have its flaws, but its flaws might be, how can I put it? Like it's certain tools that once you use them, they become shaped to the thing that you usually work on. You know what I'm saying? So the flaws might not be imperfections, but the flaws might be the thing that makes it fit into what it's supposed to do.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. For anybody else in the chat too, if you were thirsty, and you go to the fridge, which one would make you happier? You're normal right now. You just get up and grab something to drink. You get up and grab something to drink, right? Normal level of thirst. You get up and grab something to drink, like I'm about to do. You expect it to be there. It's there. You take a swig and you move on. There's that. Does that do more for you than when you're like really, like you just came back maybe from a workout? You are parched. You go to the fridge, right? And that bottle of that jug of juice, that carton of juice, whatever you have, you look at it, but the expiration date has passed by a few days. And you're like, crap, because it's the only thing you got in there. You pick it up and sniff it. You shake it a little bit, make sure ain't no clumps. I don't know what your drink is, but you make sure it ain't got no clumps. Maybe you look through it. I don't know what kind of carton. I don't know what you're drinking, so you might have a clear container. You look in it, you shake it, Then you sniff it. And you see that it's still good. You see that that juice is still good to quench your thirst. Which one is more exciting? Like, which one gets you, which one feels better once you've done it? They're like, oh, thank God this is still good enough for me to drink, or it as expected. What you think, yo?
I mean, as long as it ain't milk, we good.
I'm just saying. I mean, because most people, we mindlessly do stuff, and if it's there as expected, you don't even think about it. So it's
Right,
hard to even appreciate it. It's hard to appreciate it because it's what you expected. But if you did not expect it, if you did not expect something to come through, pull through, be there for you to be there, there's a level of excitement that happens. That rush, like, thank you, yes.
Yeah.
But he was wounded for our transgressions. He was bruised for our iniquities. The chastisement of our peace was upon him, and with his stripes we are healed. That's Isaiah. Jesus was chosen before the womb. I want to say Isaiah 54:11. Am I right? I could be wrong.
Yeah.
You might find peace. You might find comfort in knowing that when you open your wallet, that the money you expect to be there is there. If you thought you had $10 and you open your wallet and that $10 is there, there's peace and comfort in that. It's peace and comfort in knowing everything is exactly where you want it to be. But what about when you were younger? Think about when you were younger. And you were 2 days away from payday. And you ain't ate that day. So you checking all your pockets. I might have something left. You checking all them pockets. How do you feel when you go through one of your pockets and you find grandma's birthday card from your last birthday that you, for whatever reason, is still in there? And she always drops you a little something.
Yeah.
But the card is open. Now the card is open, so you're like, oh, shoot. I done already got that money up out of there. But you look anyway, right? So the envelope is already open. You halfway want to just throw it out. But you know your stomach ain't about to allow for that. Because you hungry. It's 2 days of payday. You sitting on E. You open that bad boy and you see that first little sharp edge, that first little 90-degree corner. You like, oh, yeah, you feeling it now. Yeah. Peace is fine. Peace is good. But there is something joyful about something that exceeds our expectations as opposed to something meeting our exacting standard of perfection.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Let's see.
That's better than perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's better than perfect.
Yeah. I'd be expecting daily and still be amazed daily. That's what's up. So in your analogy, are you saying God likes humans because we are screw-ups? Not because we're screw-ups. I'm saying, and I don't know if you were here when I first started talking. I'm saying that what's the word? It's not a bug, it's a feature. It's not a bug, it's a feature.
Right.
Like, our people think perfection is a steady state of perfection, but that's not possible with people. So the perfection has to be in our ability to persist in spite of imperfection. The perfect state is like a weeble wobble. Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. The perfection is that it never falls down in spite of having the imperfection baked into it. The fact that you never fall down, that's the perfection. The perfect state is that it's flawed in a specific way to never be steady static, because that would have to be sameness. We're perfect in the fact that we're dynamic and are able to change and evolve. I feel like a millionaire when I find money in my pocket. I'm balling at the Dollar Tree sticker section. That's fun. Thank you, VB. Thank you, VB. Let me see. Let me scroll down. We're almost done with this section here. Blah, 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 blah. Last. I know I'm beating this analogy. But, yo, you're driving. I drive. Do you name a brand new car? I know some people do. It's not a perfect analogy. Some people name a brand new car. Or are you more likely to name the one car that you knew a part fell off 87 miles back, but it drove you home in a storm at night with a broken gas gauge? Which one's more likely to have a name for you?
All my hoes get nicknames, so I was.
Yeah, I mean, for me, names get earned. Names get earned based on personality and character demonstrated. So you wouldn't name a car unless it's demonstrated a trait, a temperament, a personality. In my opinion, I know everybody's not the same.
Now I know what you mean because now if because like I said, I name all of them when I get them, but names have changed based on experience. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I definitely had a Rusty.
Yeah.
It started off as something else, but he ended as a Rusty. Goddamn.
Yeah, there we go. Names are earned. It never felt right to me, but I got kicked out on people other do it. I'm not sure exactly what you mean, Greg, in the context of the conversation. I'm not sure where we departed. So I'm gonna keep moving along. Hopefully you can figure out, because I'm not sure. I'm not, wherever I am in the conversation, I can't perceive exactly what you're trying to find out. I'm naming because I know what it can do. What it can do. There's a thrill to being better than our perceived value. And I look around and see we've lost sight of that and have decided to start expecting permanent, peaceful perfection, which isn't real, instead of finding perfection in our failings. Ain't nothing in this world more beautiful to me and more human than those moments of victory stolen from the hands of defeat, love found where none existed, hope resting in hurt and broken people. All of you choose to come on these here internets instead of going to the museum. So I know I'm not the only one that likes to be around things that have the potential to amaze us instead of being exactly what we expected. We choose the unpredictability over the perfect sameness every single time. And I should have had this clip queued up. Give me a second.
Yeah, it's definitely a balance though. Because when you was describing that, I seen it like a heartbeat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like those moments that you was talking about make life important. But if we try to live at those moments all the time, we're gonna have a heart attack and die. Because you think about like the rhythm pattern, right?
The peaks
It's a
and valleys.
spike up, right? It's a spike up, right? But that could be an addictive idea, right? Because we try to turn life into those moments. Life is those moments plus the you know what I'm saying, plus the standard parts, right? Right. For some of us, I could see it both ways. Like I see the problem on both sides. For some of us, we try to order perfection into this structure. Like that's what I look at structure. Like we try to order this perfection. Like this has to be like this gotta be like that. And those people tend to be too rigid to deal with. But then you got the people who chase those high heartbeat moments, those high rate moments, and they become too chaotic to deal with. So that's I'm on my balance shit, but I see it though. I see what you're saying. It's like,
and that's what I'm saying is the perfection. The weebles wobble. There's movement. That's what makes it perfect, because we can vacillate between those two extremes, but there's no collapse to the system. Like when I was like, you were broke and you were hungry, and then you found the money. You can exist between these two extreme states and move in and out of them. That's where the perfection lies. Not perfection as in you're always high. You're not always up. That's what most people want. They want to always be up, but you don't appreciate the up unless you've been down.
Unless you've been down.
And so people think perfect is always being up. And what I'm saying is, no, perfect is being able to exist in all the different states so that you can understand each of them.
And you can't avoid the down. The same way as you can't predict the ups. Ups come, but you can't avoid the downs either.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's definitely you cooking, bro. Proud of you, thing.
Stop it. I got this clip I was going to add to that about the perfecting versus perfection. I heard this was it this morning? It might have been this morning.
Can you assume me divine as I'm in process? See, the part of the problem in America is we want product, not process.
Bruh.
We want product. And unless we get product, in fact, we need to throw the word perfection away, not perfection, perfecting. I am perfecting, which means I am always about the process of learning more and getting better, right? See, when I put that on it, that means that there is constant movement and I'm inviting you to walk with me. Perfection says, leave me alone. I have already arrived.
Yes.
So I like that clip because it kind of summarized what I was trying to say in a very concise manner. But I still wanted to take the long road because I can. In conclusion, though, I didn't prepare. Give me a second. I got to share the screen. There's a preacher. There's a preacher who's to refute Jamal Bryant. I'm going to use the words of another preacher. Give me a second. I'm going to use the words of another preacher who you guys may have heard of. You may have seen this guy before. I'm going to use his words to refute what Jamal Bryant said. The third Bryant brother. I love having Bryant brothers. Oh, it's the most amazing thing ever. Boom. You may not be able to see it, but you'll be able to hear it.
Isaiah 55:8. For my thoughts are not like your thoughts. My ways are not like your ways. How the master thinks is countercultural because his methodology and directives always go against the grain. That's how I knew our forever First Lady, Michelle Obama, was connected to the king. When white supremacists were rearing their ugly heads with vitriol and hate speech,
It was the first part I wanted y'all to hear. My bad. It was the first part I wanted y'all to hear. That was Jamal Bryant, who of course said Jesus and God out of order for 85% of his life. But here he says, his thoughts are not our thoughts. His ways are not our ways. I find it strange that he thought that he could speak for God. I wish I had that. I wish I had it like clipped in audio when God was talking to Job about, like, what are you talking about? I set the stuff in the sky. What can you tell me about the Leviathan and all? What can you tell me about this stuff? What do you know? So to say that Jesus was out of order, God isn't beholden to any order that a pastor can set. Out of order doesn't mean wrong. It means not in the sequence that we expected. But who are we to expect it? His ways are not our ways. God does things out of our order. Facts. In a way that we don't understand. What is that one verse? We see through a glass darkly. Greg Ryan is one of a kind. We see through a glass darkly. But I have one last video. This is something I made. Because I really don't think we should ever listen to people like the three prime examples that I have elevated to the screen today, who probably shouldn't be, but we got to call out the dimwits. Got to call out the dimwits. Got to call out the people that don't have a thinking process but exalt themselves as leaders of anything. I pointed out one over there from Black Man Unfiltered channel. It was Information Man. The second one was my old collaborator, the Wireless Woman. Jamal Bryant is a third. Jamal Bryant, is it safe to say we are discussing people theorizing about the mind of God? Yeah, he said Jesus, this was the quote, Jesus, 85% of his life was out of order and wrong. So we're going through that. Jamal Bryant is always out of order. But I don't think anybody, and I think Yella will appreciate the comedy in this clip. Nobody should listen to people who consistently say stuff like this.
I'm just supposed to give the homily tonight, but I just came to prophesy to 50 of y'all in here. I hope you're ready for what's going to happen in the next 3 years. God, I can't hear nobody. He's going to give you what eyes have not seen, what ears have not heard. I don't want you to shout for what happened in the past, but would you shout tonight for what God's going to do in 2020, in 2021, in 2022? You got to shout for the
The World Health Organization has just declared that this is a pandemic.
So much bigger than just us.
I always say talent is more important than experience. I've always said that.
Is holding up 2 and 2. Lives of more than 400 million children.
Zoom after Zoom can be exhausting.
It seems like the world's caving in on you.
Yeah, work never stops. It could be taking a toll on your well-being.
This is going to get worse before it gets better.
6 million, I hope that's right.
10 million workers now applying for unemployment.
50 million unemployment claims filed in the span of just 4 months.
A disproportionate number are black.
It's called systemic racism for a reason. There's 400 years of history here.
Now! What do we want? What do we want?
One man's death has rekindled this movement around the world.
Frustration over the lack of charges against the officers.
They should be charged. There's always a better way.
Protesters kneeling and raising their hands in peaceful demonstration.
Is that your Bible?
Hey, Bible.
What God's gonna do in 2021?
700,000 people quit retail jobs.
As the so-called Great Resignation picked up speed.
They just didn't care about me anymore.
There is not a shortage of jobs, there is a shortage of decent jobs.
The shortage of products has extended to just about everything.
Big shortage of lumber.
Shortage of snowblowers.
And a shortage of microchips.
Some of the world's greatest brains fixed on trying to repair this planet, not trying to find the next place to go and live.
The report is very clear. We expect to see new extremes that are unprecedented in magnitude, timing, or in regions that have never encountered those types of extremes.
The most affected people in the most affected areas still remain unheard.
This is becoming a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
People haven't related to it. You see the figures, the daily figures, and they're nameless faces.
What God's gonna do in 2022?
The final seconds before impact.
Have a fantastic day.
Oh, stunning. Yeah. The blockbuster legal saga between Amber Heard and Johnny Depp.
My favorite thing about the movie is it feels like a movie.
The Russian president says a military operation is now underway in eastern Ukraine.
Explosions and air raid sirens ringing out in cities across this country.
Soaring new numbers from the UN on Ukrainians fleeing the fighting.
We cry. We all have the feeling that we've no home.
Мы готовы к любому развитию событий.
I quit is what's going on.
Inflation is much too high.
Everything is double up. Do you heat or do you eat?
These prices are totally outrageous.
Soaring temperatures, 40.2 degrees. Pakistan reeling from the devastating floods caused by monsoon rains.
We are on a highway to climate hell with our foot still on the accelerator.
Hurricane Ian has changed Florida forever.
This one could not continue because the water was too much.
We are seeing tragedy unraveling in front of our eyes.
This crater hints at the size of the explosion in western Ghana.
The government of Burkina Faso averted a plot to take over the country.
154 people were killed in a crush in South Korea.
Another mass shooting.
At a 4th of July parade.
In a Walmart.
At a hospital complex.
At a gay nightclub.
An elementary school in Uvalde, Texas.
Day later, baby gets slaughtered.
A major Supreme Court ruling that could make it easier to obtain a firearm license.
Anti-Semitic incidents.
Black transgender deaths are rising.
Critics call it the Don't Say Gay bill.
We will not go back!
The nation's highest court ruling to overturn Roe v. Wade.
Say, neighbor, don't shout over what he's already done, but you gotta praise him for what he's getting ready to do. I need you to shake that neighbor's hand and say, neighbor, you gonna have more money than you ever had in your life. You gonna have a better relationship than you ever had in your life. You gonna go further than you ever gone in your life. And no weapon that is formed against you shall be able to money
keep us off, but just a little bit.
Get ready to do. I
Got
need
it
you to
wrong by
shake that neighbor's
just a
hand
bit.
and say, neighbor,
Just a
you're
bit.
going to have more money than you ever had in your life. You're going to have a better relationship than you ever had in your life. You're going to go further than you ever gone in your life. And no weapon that is formed against you shall be able to prosper. Give somebody a high five and say, neighbor, you didn't hear what the preacher said. Y'all found the wrong person. I said, you didn't hear what the preacher said. You can't die in the next 3 years, but you shall live to see the glory of the Lord. I ain't telling y'all what to do, but don't wait till the battle is over. But shout, 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 shout. This will be the best 3 years of your life. Praise him for it.
Yeah, man. Listen, man, you gotta listen to a prophecy from the man of God, man. Prophecy from the man of God. It hit different. It hit different. Yeah, well, let me catch up with the chat real quick. Oh, I saw that one. God does things. Jamal Bryan, saw that. All things in this realm follow in order by design. What the order is where man starts exploring. They always get people to be emotionally charged. Straight manipulation. Jamal Bryan once said in one of his sermons, these hoes ain't loyal. He did. It was really the only time I agree with him. Wow. The best is yet to come. For people that believe in God.
Wrong.
Man, for the people that believe in God, the idea that you have any idea how God's might work is laughably absurd to me. Appreciate you, Brother Val Bryant. Yeah, man, when they start prophesying, man, them next 3 years, man, them next 3 years was everything he promised and more. And more. And more. So, yeah, we can't listen to these people. You can't listen to these people. When they're wrong, they're strong and they're wrong so many times. Eventually, we need to cut them off. Cut the microphone cord. We got to. Don't listen. Don't follow. They're not leaders. They're not leaders. So we gotta be more careful. But that is the end of my Bible study. Yella, what you think about, any thoughts on the topic? I know I ran over a lot in the last 20 minutes. I ain't had you in there, but go ahead and jump in, Playboy.
No, you ain't good, man. You all good. I'll just listen. I was gonna say, because you was making a good point at the end. You can't listen to people when they talk crazy, right? And this is another example of a group of people that you can't listen to.
Today's worth a big party. The big party comes when we win the Super Bowl.
I mean, this could be the year, man.
This could be the year.
Is this true?
Yes, it's true. This man has no dick.
We're doing it this year.
Greg Bryant made this one.
You serious?
Loud and wrong. Wrong and strong, boy. Yeah.
So don't listen.
Speak over yourself.
So don't listen to pre-Cowboy fans.
Man, you can't listen to Cowboys fans at all. They definitely be delusional. If only there was a book where someone wrote down what Jesus said, so you could just read that. That would be nice, wouldn't it? It would be nice. But you got people out here saying that he was 85% wrong and out of order. I believe I've made my case that there was no way possible that there could have been a different, not that there couldn't have been a different order, that order was wrong. This guy is not he doesn't have the competency to say, he doesn't even have the competence to do the math. He doesn't have the numeracy to do the proper math, because it wouldn't have been 85 and 15. So even right there, he erred. So if anybody's wrong, it's definitely could have been out of order. Considering what needed to be accomplished, we are not qualified to say anything was out of order. So I definitely disagree with Jamal Bryant, but I wanted to give my complete thoughts because I was asked for them. So I wanted to make sure I did a reasonably good presentation of what I think about that. Appreciate you, Vaughn Bryant. Appreciate you. Yeah, so I'm glad y'all were able to kick it with me through that. But that was it. Went through 3 topics today. Been a little over 4 hours, man. Shoot, what you about to get into, Yellow?
Continue to struggle over here in this
The
MLB.
next 3 years.
I'm gonna be trying to get better in the next 3 years. I'm gonna be better at this game. I'm gonna be able to finally hit the ball. I'm gonna be able to finally win a damn game. Yes, I can see it. The next 900 to 1,002 days is gonna be mine to succeed.
Yes, sir, man. Yes, sir. Yeah, because that prophecy was hitting. Boy, I was like, Jesus, he did not say that. In the same stream. In the same stream as the 85%. In the same stream as the 85%.
Say, missed it by that much.
Man. Whew. In the same stream. So he was wrong at least 3 times, big time, in that stream. And I was like, oof.
Man, that do sound good, though, Vaughn. Y'all give me a large gizzard right now.
Ooh. But yeah, y'all, I appreciate y'all for hanging. I ain't really got nothing else to say. I think I'm all talked out. I've been here 4 hours yapping, running my mouth, so I think I'm gonna get ready to head out. Next week though, I don't have anything planned. There's a couple people I need to reach out to, and I haven't done that because I've had some stuff on my side that I have not taken care of too. I was making some calls earlier. It's a bunch of stuff going on. Like I said the other day, a bunch of stuff going on IRL. It's been like kind of taking my mind out of things, but I don't have anything planned for next week. Oh, but I will be in a couple spaces with some faces that are familiar to you. Sunday, Shame Sunday. I'll be over there with sister, Mrs. She Said. I'll be over there with Mrs. She Said on Shame Sunday. Sundays at 1 p.m. Eastern. And on the 27th, Thursday the 27th, me and Yella both will be over there on the Harris Tribe Media Group. Mr. He Said, Mr. She Said, The Saids. We'll be over there with them talking about some villainy. There's some villainy afoot. So we'll definitely talk about villain. He has villainism on the thing, but Bree can't make it, so it's not an ism, not a true ism. It can't be a true ism without Bree. But we'll definitely be having some. We'll have some fun, some good conversation. We'll see where it goes, and that's about it. I don't plan on coming on over the next few days. I'll probably try to do Twitch on the weekend, maybe, because I got to test some stuff out. But other than that, him and the Emmett Till bitch voted off this island. And, oh, okay, got rid of 2 Bryans. Okay, 2 Bryans are off the island. Snatch the Bryant card. Facts. All right, Ty Libra, everybody, appreciate you, love you, all that good stuff. And I didn't do an intro. I think I did the thong song on the way in. I don't know what I want to do on the way out. I guess I just did the regular outro. All right.
Man, drop waffles.
Waffle? I don't have. Oh, waffles. Cool. I didn't even think about that. I don't think about that for the ending. Yeah, cool. All right, y'all. See y'all later.
Gary, I just want you to set the record straight here. Just point blank. Do you have a volatile relationship with your wife? Have you ever physically touched her?
No, I don't have a volatile relationship with anybody. You know, if we have our discussion, and like most of the time the men lose, you know, if I lose or she loses, she goes that way, I go that way.
But she went not just this way. She called the police and said that you had assaulted her.
You know what? If people would want to believe that I assault my wife at 4'7" and she's 5'6", then they can believe that all day long. I don't care.
Well, why don't you flat out deny it then, right here? Because otherwise, everyone's going to look at this and say he's waffling around, and he probably did it.
I don't waffle. There is no abuse that goes on in my house. I don't waffle. Now, if people believe that I'm waffling, then they can go do what they need to do.
Did you abuse your wife? Did you abuse her? Did you lay your hand on her?
And you know what? You can go the same place.
Did you lay your hands on your wife, Gary Coleman? Because she says you did.
Drown yourself in the ocean.
She says you did.
You know what? I have this on my head because I fell down the stairs. I don't want people thinking that my wife is abusing me.
Why don't you want to answer the question about whether you abused your wife? And everything else. Pardon me?
You can go yourself.
Really?
And quit asking me.
Is that the way you talk to your wife?
Yeah, if I have to, if I need to, but I don't. And I don't know you, and I don't care about you.
And is this the kind of anger that leads to your physical assault?
Matter to me.
Let me tell you
so
what I'm
my
life doesn't matter to you.
Drown tonight, or get hit by a bus tonight. I'm not gonna care because she's pushing my buttons, and I don't like her now. And the next thing I'm gonna do is leave. So all of you.
Gary, come back.
No, you.
Wow, that was hard to watch.